All right, here we are. I'm not muted. I checked it this time. I had to double check to make sure I'm not muted. Let me move this down a little bit. That, yeah. Ugh. What's up, comedy exposure? Yeah. Well, I'm gonna definitely gonna do an article about AI taking over because I think it's funny. I think it's funny. Not okay. I don't think it's funny in the sense of like people losing jobs in that sense, but I think it's poetic justice. Like the Burberry, I always pronounce it wrong. Like the Burberry pirates. I think it's poetic justice that the privileged always want to like forget about the other side of history and what they, you know what I mean, and what they did to cause it. Like the Burberry pirates, I think it's poetic. I think it's funny because it's poetic because it's poetic justice in my opinion. Is if that's the right way to use poetic justice. I'm not even sure. I'm just kind of like just babbling now. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. If that's how you actually use that in the right context. But yeah, no, I think it's funny. So that's why I wanted to cover it. Cause and like nobody else seems to be like saying anything, like yeah, like you motherfuckers deserve this because like you were fucked up. Nobody's saying it at all. But yeah, I think it's funny. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Oh, yeah. What's up, Mo? How you doing? I'm reading one of the books that you recommended. Oh, word up. Which book are you reading? What am I doing? I actually stumbled across another guy's book who is pretty fucking good. Um, well, I stumbled across another one of his types of books that's really good. Um, Forget his name, but he does geography or yeah, because I covered one of his books before about the future of geography. That's what the book was I covered. He's a good dude too. I really like his like he's another one of those writers where you could really get caught up on a lot of human history and a lot of history and in a relatively you could have a comprehensive understanding in a pretty short time listening reading his shit. The guy who did the future geography, I think. What am I doing? Oh yeah, you got me trapped because I'm over here babbling too much. I was gonna lose a bishop anyway. I was gonna lose either a bishop or a knight. I'm over here babbling too much. No offense. Did you miss female attraction at? Do you miss female attraction at your age? No, no. Honestly, completely not. No. If anything, I'd rather be origin of political order. Yeah. That's a real yeah. The origins of political order is a real I thought that was a really good book. I think it does. I think that is one of the few books that does do just like a complete a great job at clearing up a lot of like little parts. I think a lot of people just don't. That a lot of people just on Earth right now they just aren't aware of at all. I think that book does a great job at really doing a good job. That's a dead end move too. I'm fucking up. It does a good job at explaining like the little parts that would clearly explain like other areas of life that I think people should just know. I think that's it's really one of those books that really clears up a lot of little parts in life that people should just know to where you wouldn't get a lot of guys like Goob too and Thomas Sowell who could just talk shit and get away with it because people just don't have any type of a decent ground base of knowledge kind of thing. I think if every like I said, every now and then you do get these kind of guys who are just good writers and good educators in this sense. Yeah, I'm tripping. I'm fucking babbling too. Yeah, I had a pawn right there I could have taken. Or maybe, I don't know. No offense. I didn't see what no offense. I don't see the original. Okay. That's what you're. It's the one right after another. No, do I miss female? No. When I was like 20, it was like everything to me for sure. It was everything at 20, but no, at going on 40, no. I mean, it's always like something that's kind of cool to have, kind of thing. But I mean, in the end, it's really just something that it's honestly just easier to do without. What am I doing? I'm just gonna forfeit this game because I'm just not even paying. I'm not even in this shit at all. Have you read 1984, George? A long time ago. Long time ago. I didn't. You know what? I didn't even care for George Orwell like at all. Yeah, I'm gonna. That was stupid. I'm giving that up. I'm not even in that game at all. I didn't want to like George Orwell for a long time because I just don't care for fiction, even if it's like closely related and closely like loosely based on shit. Like I just don't like fiction. I just don't care for. So I didn't like George Orwell for a long time because I just feel like even though there's lessons to be learned in fiction books, I just feel like reading a fiction book is just a waste of time for me. I just don't care for it. But then I fucked around. I was in the library and I fucked around and found out that George Orwell actually wrote like real shit. And then I fell in love with George Orwell after that. Because I just didn't care for much of anything. Well, I didn't care. I mean, I'm not gonna say I didn't care for night. I remember bits and pieces in 1984, and then after I read his the homage to Catalonia, then a lot of other shit started making sense. That like why he would write some shit and why and like where he would where I would pretty much assume he got a lot of his material from for 1984. I can see like why he would start writing shit like that. So a lot of it did start to make sense. What am I doing? My dad really liked 1984. Or I think he said that's the only book he read or something like that. But he from what I do know, he did like 1984. What's up, Elijah Pippin? I saw the Marvels and really enjoyed it. Yeah, I didn't think it was a bad. I thought it was a good movie. I thought it was a good movie. It wasn't like the greatest, but it was good. I really thought it. I wasn't mad that I watched it, kind of thing. If anything, I thought they could have. Like I said when I first talked about it. If anything, I thought they could have possibly expanded more on it and made it a bit more interesting. I feel like a lot of it was just a missed. A lot of the movie was just a big missed opportunity. Let's do. What's up, Jen? I don't know why I just seen that message. What's up, Jen? I was just watching a previous live stream about making pancakes. Nice. Pancakes. Pancakes. Let's do pancakes. Pancakes. But yeah, man, I think the AI shit, like, okay, to be clear with the AI shit, right? Like, I get how media works with shit like this, and oh, that was a stupid fucking move. Shit. I get how like I get how media works and with like just making clickbait shit just to get attention and um so a lot of shit like that could really be like, oh, like Google or whoever, they just ran out of a budget kind of thing, and now they need to now they need to just like fire like 200 people in this area because like that area just wasn't profitable. Like I get that, and I get and I'm completely certain that media will definitely try to spin it like as like oh, it was it was the economy's fault when it really wasn't. It was just like like a certain sector in Google just like fucking like died out for whatever reason. um but they're not going to but it's not going but that's not going to sell. So they're going to say, oh, it was a fucking economy, dude. That's what it was, bro. It was the economy. you know and so I do understand that side of it for sure. Uh-oh. What I just do? Mm, but yeah, I read George Orwell a long, long, long time ago. Long time ago. Might fall for that rook take or rook check to try to get a pawn. Nope, he didn't. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, he did fall for it. He fell for it. Yeah, he quit. He didn't fall for it at first. He fell for it the second time. That was probably a real person because that did feel like a real. That felt like that was like a human mistake for sure. Computers don't usually make mistakes like that. I had that knight over there hovering. He was chilling. I fucked that. Well, I'm playing like shit anyway. But that's how it goes sometimes. That's how it goes sometimes. But no, man. Yeah, when it comes to female attraction, man, like I really don't care. Like I don't care anymore. I just don't care. I don't say I don't care. Like, you care. You always care a little bit. I think on some level, like you're just gonna care at some point. So I'm not gonna try to say like I just completely don't care. At some point, like on some psychological level, like you definitely will care. Um, but like in my everyday fucking life of shit that I'm paying attention to, no, absolutely not. It's literally the last thing, unless I'm just like insanely crazy horny or some shit like that. Like it's really just the complete last thing I'm ever really thinking about. I'm not a fan of fiction either, but 1984 was recommended me. It was recommended to me. It does take some deep thought to realize what's going on now. Oh yeah, yeah, like yeah, because he goes into, if I'm not mistaken, he goes into situations like how if I remember correctly, I can't remember exactly what it was about. If I had to, it was about when they burning books or something like that. A lot of his stuff, from what I remember, his stuff's a lot. It usually has a lot to do with like burning books and reading and how much that has an impact on society. But yeah, especially after reading after reading Homage to Catalonia, a lot of that shit, it makes sense where he would get a lot of that from, for sure. Yeah, so if I remember correctly, because I'm just talking shit a bit right now as I'm sipping tatlety, tatlety, and playing chess. But if I'm remembering correctly, I would say um, that if you liked 1984, even in the beginning of okay, that whole scenario was actually first found out in the book that Mo's reading that I recommended, the Origins of Political Order. They talk about, and the author in that book talks about how that was actually a China thing up front, was to burn all the literature kind of thing. That was a China. The Chinese were doing that long ago, and they made it illegal to fucking like so yeah. It was illegal. Like once well, I think it was the Han Dynasty. Once the Han Dynasty had kind of started gaining steam, and they realized like yo, we need to hold on to this shit because this is some real shit. Once they figured that out, that's when that all the situation of okay, like, well, how are people really learning how to fight? How are people really learning what to do and listen to? Oh, it's through philosophies and writing. So we got to burn this shit down. Like that was like the first one where it was legitimately just fucking illegal that was the first time that I know of in history where it was legitimately fucking it had gotten to the point where it was just illegal to fucking own certain types of fucking media because I already know what oh shit, I fucked up. I already know what a lot of other motherfuckers are gonna say because I got into a Facebook conversation about this shit earlier today, this whole over glorification of Europe and what they were doing in the European kingdom in the European what do you want to call it fuck, what am I doing? Shit, I gotta move that one up. I gotta move this pawn up and move, get that bishop out the way. Um, they would go around and burn up buildings back then, but I mean, I'm sorry, burn up libraries for that same kind of like pretentious, like, oh, well, we just want everything to be ours type of shit. They would do it, but they weren't doing it for that same reason. Back in them in Alexander the Great years and all that shit like that, they weren't doing it. They were doing that to take over shit, and they were doing it more in the concept of like, let's say when like Wendy's gets a new owner, and then next week they fucking come in and change the salt shakers, right? Like something that's like super fucking stupid. It's not really even worth anything. Like, why would you do it? But they just want to set their mark on it, right? That's what. That's more along the lines of what the ancient Greeks were doing back in the. They weren't really doing that in a sense to fucking. They weren't really doing that in a sense to really like censor media or anything like that. It was more along the lines of like yo, this is our shit. It could be because like look, we ain't really that smart. We really don't have all the technology and all that. So we'll just come up here and take all your shit and say it's ours, kind of like right. Because we could be because we're just not really that good at much shit, right? I mean, we're good, but we're not as good as we think we are at it. So we're gonna take all your shit, all your knowledge that we think is valuable, and just say it was us, right? That's what the many times that was a reality of their libraries back then. Either they just really didn't like the motherfucker, or and they just burned up all their shit, or they kind of liked what they were saying and took a little bit of it, right? Yeah. Whereas the Chinese, I'm pretty sure it was the Han Dynasty because that was the big one. I'm pretty sure it was the Han Dynasty. Those were the motherfuckers who was like who looked look, the Chinese. They were far ahead of anything Europe ever did. Well, I won't say everything they ever did. They were far more ahead of Europe than these European buffs really ever want to admit. Right, like they were far more. I'm gonna lose this because it's gonna be a night against a knight, and I've been drinking. I'm just not gonna keep up with this shit. And he's ahead by a pawn. This is gonna be hard to get through it just with a. And I have a doubled up, but yeah, that was a bad move. I shouldn't have done that. I'm not gonna have a good chance at making this work. Maybe if I go over here, no. He's gonna see that. Yeah, he blocked against that. Fuck. And that's just gonna double it up again. Shit. I got no good move. I'm fucked. Yo, what's up, Snap Feather? I'll check it. Oh, tattoo that T. I'll check it. I'm fucked. What's up, DMG? You motherfucking best motherfucker. I'm just gonna get this to him because this is gonna be a fucking pathetic ending of me just like not wanting to lose it pretty much because I'm just in a horrible position. Yeah, this is gonna be a draw because I'm not gonna make well. Let's see what we got. Well, I tell you what I probably could do. No, I do. Okay, now that you move the king over, I could probably. No. Because I'm still just off as fuck. Because I can get that doubled up pawn off of that if I can get him to bite on that knight. I'm gonna try to get it. If he doesn't move the king over to the right, then I might have a chance. Yeah. Because what I need to happen is to get that doubled up pawn off of each other. Now, yeah, now I might have now I might have a shot at something. Maybe if he fucks up again. Because I'm down too much. Well in the late game. If you like, it's all about pawns, and I'm down a pawn. Yeah, this is over. He's gonna move back up. Yeah, this is over. Now he's just gonna escort the pawn down, and he can. Yeah, that's over. That is, you're still making content. Been stuff where you still on Patreon. No, Patreon took me down a long time ago. Patreon took me down Patreon took me down when I posted Ukrainian women on X videos. They weren't even naked, but I just posted the. You know how you go watch porn and it be them like them live cam sections. Well, I went to those live cam sections and typed in Ukrainian, and it was like Ukrainian bitches talking about some donate for Ukraine and all this shit in X videos, and that's when Patreon shut me down. That was literally when they shut me down. Can't make fun of that. But yeah, no, yeah, but yeah, what I'm gonna cover, I'm gonna do one more game, and I'm gonna cover the AI shit because, like, I think it's poetic justice. I really do, and this is coming from a person who's relatively speaking well educated and you know, a relatively well educated person who could have benefited from just being educated, right? Like, I think it's I think the AI layoffs, if it's completely true, because again, media will mix things up to try to say like, oh, like, if Facebook really, they just really want to do away with a department, right? So they just let go of like 80 people or some shit like that. Well, what they would do is just be like, oh yeah, well, Facebook let go of these people, but because of AI programming, like, and that really wasn't that's not what it ever was. They let them go because that field, they just didn't need any more workers in that field, and that's why they let it, or it just wasn't a lucrative area, whatever the fuck, right? Like, oh no, that could be a trap. If this person's smart, like that would be well, yeah, he kind of fucked up there because he could have potentially trapped my queen by gambling, losing that rook. I think he fucked that. I think that I would call that a blunder, honestly, because I could have lost my queen if I'd have bid on that. But yeah, I think it's poetic justice. I really do. I think it's great. Let's see. Yeah, I don't got anything. Justice, I really do. I think it's just beautiful. Like I said, like not the Byzantine, but or however you pronounce that shit. Not the Byzantine. That was a shitty castle. That's probably one of the worst castles I've ever seen in chess history. To do that. Now watch he beat my ass too. So I'm over here like laughing and talking shit at him. Watch him beat my ass. Um, but yeah, I think the I think it's just delicious. I really do. I think just like I said with the Burberry Pirates, I think it's funny. I think it's just poetic justice. I think it's just delicious. I think there's just, oh shit. No, I should have moved the fucking night. I'm talking too much. I think the AI shit is just poetic justice. I think it's just mwah. Just like the Burberry Pirates, right? I think that shit was not from the perspective of living with them, not from the perspective of, oh no, that wasn't a good move because now he can just go and take, yeah. I mean, it wasn't the worst move, but it wasn't the move I thought it was because my rook is still trapped. See, shit like that makes me start to wonder, okay, am I playing against a bot? Because that move was too well thought out for a typical person in chess, in Spark chess. I mean, like, that move was too well, that was if they even knew what they were doing, like, that was just like a too well thought out move. Because, yeah, with that Burberry, however you say it, shit, Burberry Pirate, like, if you just, like, a lot of history and shit like that is just, like, reading between the lines to get what actually fucking happened. Like, why somebody, and that's just the thing. Like, and I hate to bring it back to race, but it's that same thing. It's like if you're not white, then you don't get, you're not entitled to empathy. You're only entitled to empathy and suffering if you're white. If you're black, then it must be your fault. It was something you could have always done, and blah, blah. You know what I mean? Like, all that is that whole thing, right? And I think that the Burberry pirate shit was, well, I think it was fucking deserved. If you read between the lines of history, I think they got exactly what they deserved. Oh, that was a good move. I'm not even paying attention. That was a good move. So I'm too busy focus on that because I could get these pawns back. Well, not if he moves that rook up. Either one of those rooks up, then I can't. But if he does that, then I'll take the bishop. So Yeah, so I can get at least one of those back, which I'm gonna go for the right side. No, I could go for the left side too because I got that knight there that's blocking all that. Don't apologize for speaking the truth. Well, yeah, yeah. But it's that thing. Like, I don't want people to feel like because the number one, I don't want anybody to feel like I'm like against them in any way or anything like that for any reason. But but yeah, I just like with the Burberry pie. If you look in history and just read between the fucking lines, like you can see like that shit it was well deserved. Like they got exactly what they deserved. The Europeans did. They got exactly what the fuck they deserved, right? Oh, looks like you're gonna lose a bishop or lose that rook. But that was a horrible mistake. But yeah, yeah, that was a bad move. He's probably gonna quit off of that. I would quit off of that. That was a bad move. Oh yeah, because you lost a bishop down here. And like with AI shit, which I'm gonna touch on AI. Like I said, as soon as I finish this game, I'll go touch on AI. With AI, man, like I just thought it was just I think it's beautiful. I think it's funny. I think the workforce as a whole deserves it. Um, uh, I think it's funny. Again, I think the workforce on a whole just completely deserves it. I have no sympathy for it. Um, that's just it. Like I think they deserve it. I think everybody in tech, I think all of that deserves it. There's no part of that where no, that wasn't a good move because now you can just come down and take a pawn. He'll get a pawn out of that. Oh no, no he won't. 'Cause I'm right. Whoopsies. Uh, but yeah, I think all that shit is well deserved. I think the AI. I think all that is just. I think it's well deserved. I think the whole all this now we need to come together in a time of suffering. I think all that's fucking bullshit. I think everybody in there completely deserves it. I think that entire field is getting exactly what they deserve. And I think the education system's the same way. The education system is the same way. I think with AI, I think they're fucking getting exact. They're going to start getting exactly what they deserve. The education system is going to go to shit because now it's going to be. Here's the thing. Now with the internet, right? With the internet and just how much information people can share so quickly. There's no. I'm gonna watch. I bet I'm gonna fuck this up some kind of like weird way. But with the internet going spreading so quickly, let me see if he goes up there. Yeah, no, he can't do anything else. Yeah. Yeah, with the internet move spreading so quickly, the days of hiding, the literally the days of hiding behind just saying you went to Harvard or Yale, those days, well, they were, in my opinion, it was always kind of fucking stupid. But especially now, there's just no way to. It's going to be really, 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 really hard to keep that argument up anymore. It's just like like I said, in my opinion, I think they've just run the education system finally ran out of steam. And well, I'll wait until I cover other parts. Let's see. But I think the educate. I think so. Here's why I think the reason why I think the rest of the world is like okay, the educated world is finally going to be like suffering from this shit. is because it's finally affecting the privileged people, the educated people, right? It's never, here's the thing on Earth, it's never a tragedy as long as you just keep taking from the poor, from the beat up, from the bullied. It's never a tragedy. Well, even in schools, right? Even when you look at schools, like it's never going to be a tragedy while the victim keeps getting beat up, right? It's never gonna be a tragedy. It's only gonna be a tragedy when the privileged start getting beat up, right? And in this context, the privileged is the educated, right? That's who the privileged is. They just give up at this point. See, this is why I think it's a bot, because humans wouldn't even go this far in something like this. I think this is a bot. Because you just can't win at this. It's impossible for you to win. But yeah, back what I was saying, it's actually kind of hard to checkmate. Well, not that I have a knight. This can be easy. Okay, so yeah, let's go to Polygon AI tech layoffs. Uh-oh, what did I just do? Yeah, yeah. This is the article. Yeah, and I think it's funny. Well, this may not know. This may not be it, but I think this theory is funny. I think the fact that AI ethics are top concerns for workers. No. AI ethics should not be because see, here's the thing. Technological improvements where there was no ethics at question. Here's the thing about the privileged and the entitled versus the beat up and the minorities, right? See, as long as you could beat up the minority, as long as you could beat up the people who couldn't who were a minority in the sense of being able to represent themselves on an intelligent level, right? Like as long as you could beat them up, there was no questions of ethics of ethics as far as technology goes, right? Because it was only affecting Rando at the cash register. It was affecting Donna who was handing out McChickens at McDonald's. It was fucking up Derek who worked at Wendy's. Tom who worked at Subway. See, as long as it was only affecting them and you come up with all this self-automation technology, everybody on Earth was the first ones to say, we need to get a better job. That job. Right? Everybody on Earth was getting on them about that. Because it was a technological improvement and them poor people had to suffer. So nobody gave a fuck. Period. If anything, it was a comedy. Motherfuckers was laughing about it. McDonald's made their first fully automated store. Guess you need to go find a real job. Motherfuckers was roasting them poor people. Right? Again, I'm relatively speaking well educated, right? So just to give out there, like I'm not jealous or envious of the educated, right? But I'm saying it. I'm calling it with my opinion on how I see it. Right? Motherfuckers was all for innovation and technology as long as it put poor people out of work. But guess what? The internet came out. Motherfuckers are spreading knowledge faster. Right? They spreading abilities, awareness, how to get more money, how to cut costs. And guess what? That AI came out. See, now that AI could come for that accountant's job. See, now that AI can start coming for at least a part of a surgeon's job. That AI can start coming after a lot more jobs. And here's the thing: the AI can come over educated jobs. Maybe not now, but it's coming. Right? It's coming. Right? So now it's this whole ethics. Is this ethical? Bullshit. No, it's right. Look, here's what it is. Let's look up creative destruction, because I love creative destruction, because I was always interested in creative destruction years ago. Creative destruction, Investopedia. So you can trust Investopedia. It's a .com website, but you can trust this. But since I get on motherfuckers for using .com, we gonna go to a .org website. Just because I don't like using .com and when I'm coming up with a triggered fight kind of thing. Let me see if I can find one that's gonna. Okay, yeah. So yeah, this looks like it's gonna lead up to what I'm to the point I'm getting at, because this is econlib.org. So this should be a legitimate website. So this says Americans benefited as horses and mules gave way to cars and airplanes, but all this creation did not come without destruction. Each new mode of transportation took a toll on existing jobs and industries. In 1900, the peak year for the occupation, the country had employed 109,000 carriage and harness makers. In 1910, 238,000 Americans worked as blacksmiths. Today, those jobs are largely obsolete. After eclipsing canals and other forms of transport, railroads lost out of competition with cars, long-haul trucks, and airplanes. In 1920, 2.1 million Americans earned their paycheck working for railroads, compared with fewer than 200,000 today. Right? Now, here's the thing. For everybody talking about AI ethics are concerned for workers. See, everybody's talking about, they weren't concerned with ethics as long as it was attacking the poor motherfuckers, right? As long as it was attacking the motherfucker, the taxis. See, but motherfuckers were not worried about ethics when Uber and all this shit came out. They didn't give a fuck about them taxi drivers. Perfect example, out here in Prague. I remember when Uber first made it. When I first came here, Uber was like kind of new out here. And the big news out here in Czech Republic was taxi drivers were sitting at the airports and they were beating up or assaulting other cars if they just thought they were Uber drivers. Because that Uber came and wiped out that taxi, the taxi climate here, right? It's called creative destruction. Am I live? Okay, it looks like it came back on. It froze. Internet fucked up. Okay, yeah, so I'm still here. It looks like it came back on. Okay, yeah. So where was I at? I don't know where exactly. Let me see back where it cut off. Came and wiped out that taxi, the taxi climate here, right? It's called creative destruction. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's called creative destruction. You can't walk around on this whole ethics shit, because it just see now I personally don't have any respect for anybody who's gonna sit up and talk about this and talk about it's a form of ethics and all that shit. Like I have absolutely zero respect for anybody who's gonna try to play this card, because you didn't care about ethics when you came and wiped out McDonald's jobs, warehouse jobs, Amazon jobs, taxi companies, forklift drivers, whatever. See, you didn't care about ethics then. So you can't walk around on this whole we care about ethics bullshit now, right? Let me make sure I'm still on. Warehouse jobs. Okay, yeah, I'm on. Okay. Amazon jobs, taxi company. Yeah, like so. AI ethics. No, I think. Look, that is creative destruction. It's creative destruction, dude. It's creative destruction. That's all it is. The only difference is now it's attacking the educated people, and the educated people were the privileged ones. And like I say, when it comes to racial relations, whatever the fuck, right? The privileged are not used to having to think. The privileged are not used to having to go, well, wait a minute, how do I... somebody took something from me and now I have to go rebuild my entire life. You're not used to that, right? You're not used to that. Look, I'm all for it. I think you need to be destroyed. It's your fucking time. Just like Yale, Harvard, your time's coming too. So you better pay whoever you got to pay or get the sucking the right dicks to make motherfuckers hope they believe in Harvard still, because your time is coming. Fucking period. I don't feel sorry for you at all. Not one bit. And yes, one day AI is going to come for what I do. But I was born, I wasn't born poor, but I was born, raised in a position where I was always critiqued and questioned, and my existence was not good enough by itself on any level. So I'm used to it. I'm used to walking out in the world and questioning myself half the time. I'm used to that. But see, y'all motherfuckers are not. That's why it hurts so bad. You're not used to that. Now you're talking about AI ethics or top concern. Fuck AI. No. And let's be real. Look, let's be all the way real. Back to this area. It's creative destruction when it comes to art, when it comes to AI art, AI paint. Look, it's fucked up to say, but it's true, man. It's technology. It's what happens. Now, you may find somebody who just prefers paintings or, taxis, shit like that, but you got to accept it. This is the reality. And again, the only reason why it's becoming a big deal now and it's being pushed all over YouTube and shit like that, motherfuckers coming up with or Google and Facebook fire, and it makes headline news, is because it's attacking the privileged. That's why. As long as these motherfuckers was running around on railroads and working at McDonald's, motherfuckers didn't care. If anything, they laughed at them and moved on. Said, well, looks like you learned another trade. Yeah, see, back to these doofy motherfuckers. Yeah, see, what happened to that old saying of, well, that's the thing. You don't do it for the money. You do it because you like to do it. Yeah, what happened to all these sayings? Just say no, right? If somebody approaches you with drugs, in America, a big drug campaign was just say, and I'm not even joking, just say no. So back in America, let's see if I can. It was a red and white picture. Let me see if I can find this shit. Just say no. It was just say, yeah, this old doofy shit, right? So back in America, look, what I have to say about AI, anybody who's being impacted by AI, especially in the white collar world, my reply to you is just say no. Just say no. So for those of you who know what just say no, you know why I'm laughing. So just say no in North America. This was at a time in North America where the African American community was getting overrun by crack. While cocaine was being punished at like a far lesser sentence, all the crack was being like, the African American community was getting overrun by drugs. And in the news, the white community wasn't in the news, right? So they came up with this slogan for blacks to say, just say no to drugs. Like, just say no, bro. All you got to do is just say no. If somebody comes, you just say no, you move on. I don't know what the problem is with them, Ron. Just say no. It's their fault. They did it to themselves. Right? But then hold on. Now watch this silly shit. When the heroin epidemic affected white people, who was with heroin, they get facilities. These motherfuckers get facilities. Look at this shit. This says enough right there. Which there were others, because I remember there was one in Indiana where they actually reserved a high school gym for heroin addicts to shoot up heroin in there. And they gave them proper needles because the white population got affected by it, right? They give these motherfuckers a safe injection site. How come you can't tell them just say no? They don't get, see, the privilege, they don't get just say no. Oh, come on. We'll have police officers walk around the streets with Narcan just in case you overdose, honey. Here you go. Right? So when it comes to this shit, hold on. Let's look at this goofy shit. Look, these motherfuckers get these motherfuckers actual facility, a safe injection site. Fuck it, faggots. Fuck you. Fuck you. A safe suck my fucking dick. So what I got to say to anybody who's trying to talk about AI ethics or top concern, suck my fucking dick, bitch, because you didn't give a fuck when McDonald's get run over. All you care about was you wanted your hotcakes and sausages ASAP. Motherfuckers with extra hotcakes. You didn't care. Fuck them, mother. They should have went to college, got a degree like me. Fuck you. Fucking fuck you. Just say no. You just say no. If somebody comes up to you and says, hey, look, your job has taken over through AI, just say no. Just say no. Just say no to becoming obsolete. Right? You just say no. That's all you gotta do. Just say no. A safe space for addicts. Yeah. Well, yeah, the privileged get safe spaces. Yeah. See, the others, they don't get safe. And it's the same thing with AI shit, man. Like no, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. With the AI shit, yeah, that's what it is, bro. Accept it. It's your position now. You became anybody who got affected in the video game industry from AI ethics. Look, You are obsolete. You are just as obsolete as a McDonald's worker. So live with it. Deal with it. I don't feel sorry for you. Now it's fucked up that maybe you had kids to feed, shit like that. But yo, that's what it is. That's what this game always was. It was creative destruction. It was here long before you got affected by it. All right, you just finally became a victim to it, and it doesn't feel good. See, this is the others' lives all the time, but it's oppression. It's oppression to them, right? It's not right. So let's skip the video game industry layoffs. So GDC researchers found that 1/3 of respondents have been impacted by layoffs in 2023, and half of more than 3,000 respondents were worried that more were to come. Yes, and they should be, and they're going to be to come. It's a matter of time. Yes. The reasons cited by workers include post-pandemic course direction, studio conglomeration, and economic uncertainty. Yes, according to the report. Though 2024 seemed to be already outpaced 2023 in terms of the rate of job losses. Yeah. So what I heard earlier today was where we are in job losses in the tech fields now. Like I think we're already at where we were at max last year. And I told my girl this. I told my girl this a year ago. Because you can see Prague from my window and you can see the taller buildings from my window. I told her, look, within 5 years, at least 30% of these buildings will be empty. At least 30% per building will be empty from AI. AI is going to fucking wipe that shit out, dude. It's a little rough now. It's not completely perfect because I've noticed it fucking up when I use it, right? It's not completely perfect. But look, that's technology, dude. It's coming. Just like rifles were gonna eventually overtake bow and arrows. When rifles came out, they were shit, dude. When the rifles came out, like motherfuckers went to Africa with rifles and they got their ass beat. And they don't talk about that much in history. Right? But motherfuckers could see rifles were gonna head somewhere. They were gonna get there. But when rifles first came out, rifles were shit, dude. The Japanese took payment from they took payment in the form of rifles, and the Japanese actually reconstructed them to actually be bad as fuck. And if I'm not mistaken, the Japanese actually reformulated the rifles to become better than anything that the British could ever even come up with. Like they just couldn't even compete. So that was one reason why the British never went and took over Japan, among being just flat out just far as fuck away, and then there's not really much they can do over there in general because vast differences in cultures and languages. But the rifles, when the Japanese got a hold of those rifles and rebuilt them. Oh, they nobody can fuck with them after that. Like it was just, that was it. But the British, right, like they were still fucked up. But motherfuckers could see like y'all can beat us with bow and arrows right now. I'm over here doing this shit. You do it all, but motherfuckers could see that it was gonna eventually take over bow and arrows at some point. Like it was gonna, like there was more space for growth with a rifle than it was with a fucking bow and arrow and a spear, right? So motherfuckers could see that shit. Creative destruction, right? You ain't gonna see motherfuckers nowadays going up with a fucking bow and arrow to a motherfucker with a 22, right? Like a 20. A 22 will fuck around and take your ass up out of here. If it hits you right. Say the same thing about a bow and arrow. But yeah. So let's see. Okay, through 2024 it seems to be already outpaced 2023 in terms of rate of joblessness. The research director Dom Tate said that the report that industry forecasts suggest steady growth through 2027, meaning employment should stabilize. Yeah, I'm not seeing that I'm not seeing the employment stable. Okay, it'll stabilize. Just like a woman say, like I'll be okay. Yeah, I think the employment will stabilize, but that stabilization is not going to include you. It'll stabilize. Employment it'll stabilize. Yeah, it'll stabilize. I mean, it'll stabilize, but that doesn't automatically mean it's going to include you in that stabilization. Because what you are is already clear that your services ain't needed like that. So it'll stabilize, though they'll find a balancing in it. It's not going to include you. Well, just like McDonald's. Like McDonald's. Everywhere I go now, they got the fucking big ass tablet where you walk in that motherfucker to order the food, the big ass touch screen. Oh, McDonald's, yeah, McDonald's employment stabilized. It definitely stabilized. Right? It's stabilized. And the same thing will happen. But it's finally hitting white collar. And white collar doesn't know what to do. Like they never experienced this shit. Right? The vast majority, just statistically speaking, the vast majority of white collar employment, especially in the West, in the West, never look. They don't know what it's like to have to be put in question for anything. They just don't know. Right? So on a statistically speaking level, they're not going to know. So to them, this is this shit's like the fucking recession in 2009, right? Black motherfuckers didn't even bother us. It was like, oh well, another Tuesday. Time to go to work. But that majority of them motherfuckers was jumping out of windows, dude, in New York. Because that shit was oppression to them. Not even joking. That's serious shit. Because they not used to that. But when I say that, I'm not saying this so you should hate anybody. But my thing is just realize the overall reality, right? Because let's continue. The most striking observation derived from job losses in the industry, naturally a present concern for many, Tate said. Among the insightful developer comments on the subject was the following: studios grew too quickly during the pandemic. This statement is borne out by game industry data, which shows a COVID-driven hump in extra revenue in 2020 and 2021. Well, yeah, that's true because I can understand where that would come from. Collectively totaling about 50 billion over expected figures, but in 2022, 2023 showed a reversion of the spend trend line seen prior to 2020. Thus, this reduction in headcount is particularly caused by companies' belated adjustment to the new, less positive market reality. Yeah, and I can see that. I can completely understand just that small aspect of it, right? Because during COVID times, everybody was sitting inside. Everybody was sitting at home doing nothing. The vast majority of people were sitting inside the house doing nothing. So people went back to playing video games, went back to drinking alcohol. They were sitting at home. So people were just buying games, doing whatever the fuck they could do. I remember the price of weights even went up because people were just people didn't know what to do with themselves at home all day. So they were just dumping money into video games and shit. So that is another big area that was gonna bust for sure. Yeah, and it does make sense. Like why? Well, it could make sense why like social media sites would have to fire a lot of people after that. Yeah, all that makes sense for sure. Yeah. He continued, however, with the forecast return to steady growth to 2027, this ought to present a more stable picture for employment levels in the future. Now, with everything I just said, see, also in 2020, the AI wasn't around also, right? Now I do agree with him. Yeah, during COVID, yes, during COVID, that was a time period of people sitting at home more, and they're looking to spend more money online because they just have nothing to do. Right. So that was one big thing. And on top of that, throughout that time period, AI was getting ready to come out. Right. And people just weren't ready for that shit. Right. So they got hit like at least 2 times over with that. But on top of that, OK, so then you add in AI came out. A lot of these white collar jobs, people were employed at these white collar jobs and they were able to work from home, right? So what are they going to do? They going to sit up and study new shit and figure new shit out, right? When AI came out, now motherfuckers are literally just having AI do a lot of their work for them on some level. People don't want to admit it yet because it's still looked at as cheating. AI now is what the calculator was 70 years in the 70s. AI now is what the calculator was back then. Everybody wanted to say, "Oh no, you're never going to have a calculator all the time with you, so you need to know how to do math." And now when you go to an accounting office, what's the first thing you're going to see when you walk in there? A fucking calculator, right? You walk up in the White House, right? You walk into anybody's desk who has to do anything with numbers. What's the first thing you're going to see on their desk? A fucking calculator. It's called technology, right? It's technology, dude. Again, the only reason why it hurts is because it's finally impacting the privileged, and the privileged and they're butthurt about it. And I could care fucking less. I think it's funny. Generative AI. Last year, generative AI entered the conversation in a major way, and it's clear that companies are already using the tool in the game development process. Nearly half, 49% of the survey respondents reported that their company is using generative AI in some way. Yeah. 31% of people said they personally used it. 23% of people said their studio wasn't interested in using generative AI at all. And like I said, look, AI is nothing but AI is okay. Let me put this in perspective. So in the agricultural revolution, when bread was first, relatively speaking, okay. So in human history, right, when bread was first, when the agricultural revolution hit about 10 to 12,000 years ago, right? Oh, is the Neolithic slash no, not that, that's not Neolithic. The agricultural revolution was about 10 to 12,000 years ago. Let's look it up real fast just to make sure I don't say anything wrong. It was like 10 to 12,000 years ago. Yeah, 10,000 BC. Yeah, that's West Wikipedia. So let's just for my own, personal thing. Let's just go to let's go to a .org. Yeah, 10 to 12,000 years ago. Yeah. So when the agricultural revolution hit, right? At the time, that was the first time where it was just like readily available that you can make bread on a consistent, reliable level, right? Now, what history doesn't talk about so much is how bread was seen to those people as we see McDonald's now. They seen bread back in those years as something quick, fast, not nutritious. It just filled you up, but it wasn't really worth anything. They looked down on bread back in those years, right? Right. They essentially treated bread then how we treat like fast food, McDonald's, Burger King, shit like that. They treated bread. The view on bread back then was like how we view fast food now. To them back then, it was fast food. Now, it still took a long time to make, but to them, it was it was groundbreaking technology, right? So to them, that shit was like fast food, right? McDonald's is the bread. What AI is the calculators. That's all it is. And I guarantee if you go back in time and look up any article based off it, you will see the same. If you look back in time, you will see the same argument in accounting offices, in any accounting office or anything that has to do with money, any financial office, you will see the same statistics. I would guarantee you it'll be the same thing. When close to when it first came out, people didn't want to admit to using it because they thought they were better. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing with human intelligence, man. I'm all for human intelligence, right? But I also have to realize the reality of technology and life, right? At some point, it's going to get to the point where there's not going to be much use for human intelligence, at least at the rate that we need it now, right? Just like, let's say, like when my dad was born, and how he could possibly see the calculator, right? Like. See, now there's no more use to having to really know arithmetic because you can use a calculator, right? Now, at the rate that AI is going, you don't even know you don't need to know how to draw, how to make a YouTube screenshot, none of that, because some AI will do it for you, right? And it's going to just keep growing. And this is the part that really frustrates me about people, is that people generally don't get how to just accept that this is. Oh, didn't mean to do that. That this is, didn't mean to do that either. This is creative destruction. That's all it is. It's creative destruction happening again and again. That's all it is, dude. Creative destruction. Okay, so let me go ahead and define creative destruction, how I think it would be a concise way to explain it. What creative destruction is, what creative destruction is whatever let's say like a cell phone. Like the cell phone destroyed the home telephone market, right? And again, I remember when I first moved out. I have never owned a home telephone since I ever moved out on my own. I've never owned one. I moved out when I was 18 or 19. I have never owned a home telephone. I always had a cell phone. And this was back in 2008, 2009, well, even before that, when because that's when I started Sinclair, and I moved out before I started community college. See, these was the years where people they were still addicted to their home phone lines, right? So for me walking around with a cell phone and no home phone, people looked at me like I was crazy for doing that back in those years, right? But again, that's creative destruction, right? The fact that you had this phone that's reliable, that you can keep in your pocket, there's no more need for a home telephone. It's done. From a technological standpoint, there's no need for a home. There's very little. I would say there's very little need for it. You do if electricity goes out, the home phone will still work if it's hooked up to a cord, something like that. But for the 95% of the time, there's no reason for a home telephone. I was walking around with a cell phone. Motherfuckers looked at me like I was crazy, right? But that's creative. That is creative destruction. This cell phone put so many people out of work who were creating telephones, whatever, or just like let's say with flat screen TVs. When a flat screen TV came out, that put anybody who had a surplus of tube television parts couldn't do anything with it anymore. So what did those people do? For the tube television, so for the younger group out there, this is a tube television, just so you know, just so we make sure we're on the same page. It was these big old things, right? This is what I used to have when I was a kid. These was later, the ones that had the VCR and shit like that built into it. But like, I remember I bought my dad this exact TV when somebody hit my car and totaled it, and I took the check and I went to Circuit City and I bought him this exact TV. I remember this TV because it had the speakers on the side. But that flat screen alone on that TV was kind of a big deal back in, I remember when that the screen on that TV, just that part being flat was kind of a big deal when I was maybe 19. I won't say I was 18, 19, maybe 20 when I bought on that. Because I remember somebody hit my car and totaled it. And I got a check for it was a cheap car. I got a check for $1,300, something like that. And the first thing I did, I went to Circuit City and I bought my dad this TV. And me and a friend of mine, we brought it home and carried it in the house to my dad. And my dad seen it. He came out and helped us bring it inside the house, right? I didn't even care about a car anymore. I just didn't even care. I just bought my dad this TV after my car got totaled. If my dad see this, he would say, "Yeah, that's the TV you bought me." He would recognize that immediately. But back in those days, that flat part of the screen was a big deal. They weren't flat like that. They were like curved, like this, right? But so here's the thing. See, with this AI shit and all this, and motherfuckers getting laid off. See, creative destruction happens all the time. Well, not all the time, but relatively speaking, in human history, it happens all the time, right? So think about. I'm gonna get to that in a second, so I don't lose my train of thought. Think about all the people who were building who were in manufacturing for these TVs, right? And they had a surplus of parts to build more TVs with, so they can sell them and put their kids in college or feed their children and all this shit like that, right? Think about all these people who were doing that with this, and then next thing you know, you got the next thing, pretty much overnight, you get this shit come out, right? You get this come out, right? What did all these people do with all these extra TV, all these brand new parts that were nice and they can get a good amount of money for it when they put it together and they put it in the store and they sell it? What did all these people do with those parts? What did all those workers in those factories do? What did they have to do? You didn't care, right? Because guess what? All I wanted was a TV. The picture better be bright. So you expect me to feel sorry for you? You see, how do you expect anybody to feel sorry for you? All I mean is because you're educated. That's why you expect me to feel sorry for you. No, I don't. Because you didn't care when this came out. You didn't care from TV to TV came out. You didn't care when McDonald's fucked around and wiped out a bunch of mom and pop restaurants and stores. You didn't care when Uber took over taxi and all. See, there was copious amounts of people who had families to feed in, and you didn't care. You didn't riot in the street. You're not typing up articles. None of that. If you did, it was passed off as a joke and a laugh, and you moved on. And that's an exact look. If anything, this is a joke to me. I think it's funny. Like the Barbary Pirates. I think it's funny once you analyze the actual reality of history and not just look at it from the privileged perspective of it. It's fucking hilarious. I think it's a beautiful joke. I think it's a joke. I think you're funny. Because you didn't care. You never did. You only care because now it's happening to you now. That's why you care. Oh, that tea is strong. So let's continue. Most often, generative AI is being used in business and finance departments, as well as community marketing and public relations, quality assurance, art, audio, and narrative departments reported the least AI use under 16% at its highest. Workers at indie studios, however, were the most likely to report using AI. People interested in AI said they want to use it for coding assistance, speed up the content creation process, as well as doing repetitive tasks. Like I said, man, look, AI is nothing more than calculators in the 70s and 80s. All right. Well, here's the thing. I say AI is hitting harder and faster because of how technology grew, right? Because back in those years, calculators, from what I remember, calculators are pretty fucking expensive. Let's do this. Price of calculators in, let's do 1975. Oh wow. Wait, I put 1075. That'd have been scary. If a motherfucker about, yeah, in the year 10,075. So, okay, even if this part is true right here. Okay. In quantity, it was, so, let's do this. $125 back then. Yeah, because I was going to say, it's going to be expensive. In 1975, the price for a good calculator was, well, you can say that was, okay, some of them TI models, they were $150 when I was a kid. So, okay, but let's just, so what we can deduce is that a calculator was going to be expensive. It's not something cheap that they could have found back then. Like, everybody wasn't walking around with a calculator back then, right? So even at that rate, it still took time for calculators to become affordable to where everybody could use it, right? Whereas, see, now with AI, dude, you got third world countries with motherfuckers live streaming on the Reddit with it now, right? For one reason or another. Not to say the third world country could afford it, but you got situations like Cambridge Analytica who would go to these third world countries and give them phones just for sheer purpose of being able to track them, right? So there's other reasons why that happened. But the point I'm getting at is, the way technology grew and developed, it's just going to get faster and faster and faster. Then with something like the internet, after the internet came out, you can't rewind time. Things have changed. Shit has changed. See, 20 years ago, if somebody had developed an AI, motherfuckers could keep it hidden, they can keep it segregated, and stash that motherfucker on Area 51 somewhere and be done with it, right? But see, not in the internet day. In the internet day and age, that once you open that door, if motherfuckers went on the internet right now and took down Chat GPT right now, right? Let's say if the government went on the internet right now and took that and went out there and flat out took that shit down, right? Let's say Joe Biden at the stroke of midnight went, you know what? This AI, Chat GPT is causing more harm than good, and where this is a movement to take it off the internet, right? Which he's never going to do. Okay, no leader of a popular country is going to do that, and I'll tell you why later. But let's say he did, right? Now, it does require a lot of computing power to keep that shit moving. But with this day and age, it'd be back up in 2 weeks. In some form, it would be back up in 2 weeks. Right now, the reason why the reason why no leader of a popular country will ever do it is because they know that they're going to lose in trying to do it, and in that loss, they'll lose the respect the hope, and the faith of the people who they're leading, and they'll fuck around and lose that country doing that, depending on the situation. Right, so that's why it'll never be done. So that's why the internet is a fucking behemoth now, dude. You can't take that shit back. It's over. It's done. You can go on the internet and take off all these generative AIs and all this shit, right? See, the internet, it bridged that gap far bigger than it's ever been bridged before. Too much communication can happen too quick now. You can't. It's done. Once it's out there, it's out there. It's finished, and now you got to live with it. But with this shit, like I said, AI right now, in my opinion, so calculators were like between $100 and $400 in 75, based off how inflation grew in those years. I would say roughly by the late 80s was when calculators actually became affordable. Right, so you would get a more. So if you care to do personal research, I would say look up these statistics. I would say, based off of how inflation grew and technology grew, I would say by the late 80s, early 90s is when calculators actually became affordable to where you would see them in like fucking Walgreens or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like in a paper and plastic wrapping type of shit. Look up data in there, right? And now if you look up people's responses in that time period, right? If you look at responses in that time period, I would guarantee you they're gonna be right along the line. People trying to pretend like, oh no, I don't use a calculator. I do all my own counting. Shut the fuck up, dude. Stop lying. You'll find one or two dudes like that here or there, but for the most part, it's technology, dude. It's technology. It's just like going to New York City and trying to find motherfuckers to ride a horse and a carriage. Like you'll find a motherfucker here or there who just prefers to ride a horse and a carriage. But most motherfuckers will look at that shit and be like, yo, man, I'm not trying to smell horse shit and horse piss when I'm going to the fucking sub. I'm hungry. I ain't trying to smell that shit. I want air conditioning. It's hot. Roll the windows up. It's hot out here. It's technology. I think about Dave Chappelle. We talked because he said he pulled up next to some Amish people, and they was on a horse and carriage, and he rolled down the window and said, "Did you know I can tell the weather next week?" Hold the phone. Did you know I know what the temperature's gonna? Did you know that I know what the temperature's gonna be like next week? It's crazy shit. It's technology. Here's the thing. Me and my girl, we was talking about this shit, right? We was talking about the growth of technology, right? And this is one reason why with my son, dude, like I'm gonna see to it that this motherfucker knows technology. Because from my perspective of living in a country full of people who, okay, I'm not bashing them. I'll explain why I say this. I'm living in a country of people who would rather reject technology than they accept it, right? And my theory and why they reject it is not because they're just shitty people, but it's a sense it's insecurity, right? And it's not their fault, right? So the reason why Czechs will refuse technology, and I've kind of deduced that this is like a theory with Czechs. Anybody in the same general situation as Czechs, and like let's say like people who are like in America who just choose to refuse technology, right? With the Czech population, the reason why they will more likely just refuse technology or talk bad about it is because they know they can't afford it and it's too late for them to even catch up to it. And the reason why that is because they're paying so much in fees just to get anything here that by the time it gets here, most people just can't afford to buy it, right? So they got to buy some piece of shit, right? And then they're already 10 years behind when they got into the game, right? So with that being said, most people would just they would just rather just hate on you for having technology. So I was on the tram with my son, right? And I pulled out the tablet because I could tell he was getting ready to start flipping out. So I was like, whap! Because I wanted in the mood to hear that shit, right? And play the tablet for him. And this woman next to me, she starts speaking Czech. She goes, oh, you have to speak to your son. But she's speaking Czech, right? But since I'm a foreigner, I can pretend like I don't know what she's saying, right? So I was like, prosím, můj český je špatný. I was just like, please, my Czech is bad. Like, I don't know, you know. But I knew exactly what she was saying. Right? And she goes, no, you have to speak to your child. You have to speak to him. Because he's sitting there holding the tablet. right? And she just tried to touch him on the cheek, and then he don't like anybody touching him, so he's like he flipped out on her, which made her feel bad about it, right? But okay. Or I remember when I was on Facebook group asking for a tablet for a small child, right? And the Czechs immediately roasted me for it. Now, foreigners outside of Czech Republic, they were like, look, dude, buy the Amazon Fire Tablet 10. It's the best one. Here's the case you get. But the Czechs immediately were the ones who bashed me for that, dude. They was like, oh, I can't imagine having my kid on a tablet all day and all this shit. Like, see, but here's the thing. You can't get mad at the Czechs. Like with women, you can't get mad at them. You have to understand their perspective and where they're coming from and their situation, right? And this is why with my son, look, he's not going to a Czech public school, and my son is going to know technology because he's not going to turn into them. I want my son to be intelligent and to know, to be aware. See, so the issue is within the West is that they automatically, here's the thing, in the West wants to feel, here's what I found in my time. The West is so desperate to feel like they're struggling that they'll clasp on to anything that can turn them into being the struggler, right? Right. In the West, like the for real, like Czech Republic is not the West. It's like it's like trying to imitate the West, but like the West, they will grab on to anything that will give them a sense of struggle, right? And buy into anything. Whereas they don't know what it's like to truly be on the underside of anything. Right. So when it comes to technology, it's almost like they're searching for reasons to why, it's almost like this weird sense of like self-validation and creating a synthetic sense of challenge to overcome something that is already there. Right. It's this weird combination of shit. Whereas like out here and further east you go, okay, in Czech Republic is pretty much the middle ground, I think. Once you start heading further east, it becomes perverted. Like anything that's seen as luxury becomes perverted. So anything you can spend money on, people immediately worship. Right. But Czech Republic is right in the middle where like they're trying to hold on to what they already have, what they've already known, because they secretly are just waiting for Germany to give them more money so they don't really have to grow. And they think that Germany will just like pick them up under their wing and take them in kind of thing. It's this really weird dynamic, like and technically speaking, Central Europe kind of thing. It's this weird dynamic. No, but my son is gonna know. Like, there's not gonna be a room in his house. He can't go in room in his house. His room in his flat. At Americans, we would call it apartment. Another weird fact: Europeans call flats apartments because they think it sounds fancy. Whereas in America, if we were to call an apartment a flat, we would think the person was being fancy. Which I thought that was a really weird thing. I never even thought about that. But in this flat, there is not gonna be a room where he can't scream out to some electronic assistant or touch some screen and know how to use some shit. Because I've seen too many times how these people here will reject technology and then put that rejecting of technology on their own children. And that's why Czech Republic has one of the lowest, out of the 45 countries, Czech Republic is 42nd in bachelor's degree attainment in people 25 to 40 years of age. I'll show you. Wait, what's this? Yeah, they're low as fuck. They're like super duper fucking low. Let me see this. Do this. I butchered that shit. Where is it? I'm looking for, for the people who now here's the thing with Czech Republic, for the Czechs who do go to university, they do well, but they don't go to university on a mass. The ones who do go do fucking well. I'm trying to find, because they do well up until 20 years of age, and then it just drops off. It drops off like crazy. And the thing is, I don't think they know it. I don't think they're really aware of it. And here's the thing: I think they're almost like a bird in the sand. Well, I can't find this shit now, but if you're curious about it, you can find it. It's lower than OECD. Yeah, then Czech Republic has one of the highest percentage of, here it is. So here's one part that I think is interesting too, that I can never find when I'm trying to look for it. The Czech Republic has one of the highest percentage of foreign students across the OECD country. Yeah, OECD. Yeah, they'll get and that boosts a lot of Czech Republic's numbers in college graduates because they're getting foreign students to come here to graduate. But as far as actual Czechs, they don't. They not. They not going. They're not going to university, and they're not. Now the ones who do go, they do well, but they don't go on a mass level. But yeah, back to what I was saying about technology. My son is going to know. He's going to know. In a perfect world, I teach him everything I know and more, right? Because I want to teach. I want to send him to a French school where they're going to teach him, where they're going to speak to him in French. Because now, if he has to go there and learn French, I'm going to have to learn French, right? Right? Because it's this French school down in Prague 5 I want to send him to. Motherfucker's expensive too. Well, for me, I think it's expensive. Especially when you talk about European education, I think it's expensive. Bread, beer, and brothels. Yeah. That's the typical Czech mentality. And I don't, because one of my friends kind of pissed me off, man. Like, but it happens all the time here. Because it's just a cultural difference. Well, another friend of mine, he still has a little candy bar phone. It ain't even a smartphone because he think motherfuckers spying on him and all that. So he don't want to get a smartphone. So, I mean, like it's just this rejection of technology and then this mental gymnastics to try to validate it, right? Because they were fishing for validation, and then find like that one article on YouTube or this one group that will agree with them, kind of thing. Like, my son is gonna know, all right? Because I was telling my girl, because she's not very tech savvy either, right? But I told her, and I told her, like, you're in a weird situation because right now technology is still shifting. So like here's the thing. So when I was younger, desktops were everything. Laptops are only for the rich. Well, now desktops are still out there. They're still there. Like when you go to any office, it's still gonna be filled with desktops anywhere on Earth. Well, most places on Earth, you're still gonna have desktops there. But in full reality, desktops are the home phone for the majority of what most people are going to do. Desktops are like the home phone. You just don't need it's not required unless you want to do like serious gaming or serious game developing, something like that, or serious video editing. You might be better off financially just to buy a desktop kind of thing. But for the vast majority of people, the desktop computer has gone the way of the home telephone. There's no real excuse to buy a desktop when you could just buy like a 2-year-old iPad with some little Bluetooth keyboard and and some little magic mouse and do the same shit. And on top of that, be super fucking mobile, or a laptop, right? You can do it. So I told her, like, cause she's not very tech savvy. She's not tech savvy either. Kind of like my friends are here, but she does get a little more of it. Cause she always feels bad cause she said I make her feel dumb and shit like that, which I don't mean to, man. I really don't mean to make her feel dumb, but it's just like my perspective of from what I'm seeing and what I'm realizing, and these like little deep realities I'm kind of like getting from comparing from my past and then living here. Because from my past, like, I didn't grow up rich, but I didn't grow up poor. I grew up kind of sprinkled, like trickling through both areas, like from fucking over the Rhine to fucking, the suburbs of Cincinnati kind of thing. So I was always kind of like in between, both worlds. Well, I was never really in the rich world as a kid. That didn't come till later. But when I was a kid, when I was growing up and going to high school, that didn't happen until I was an adult, actually. But when I was growing up, I was from the lower middle class to the poor. I was always like trickling between the two. So like I'll just notice little things. Like another thing I noticed, I was on Facebook, and I'm in this Facebook group called like Baby Bumps for something in Prague or some shit like that. And one woman was talking about how they had sent their kid to a private school before they would go to kindergarten, their equivalent of kindergarten. And then in kindergarten, they tried to send them to a public school. And she said, "Oh yeah, well, like when I sent when I was sending my son to a private school for like 2 years or something like that. And then after that, I tried to send him to a public school, and it's been hell. Like this, the kid doesn't want to. They don't want to stay there. They don't like the kids and all that, right? At the public school, because in here the public school is free. Here you don't have to pay much at all to send them there. And they were asking like, is this normal? And other people start chiming in. It's like, and they say, yeah, no, I had the same situation happen. Like my son did the same thing. We sent him to a private school and we sent him to a public school, and I was called every day to come pick him up because he would be there. So they had to send him back to a private school. And I was telling my girl like 2 or 3 days ago, like, yeah, like that is a thing, because you want to know how I know? Because I went to private school and then I went to public school. That is a thing. It's a whole different culture. It's a whole different walk of life, right? Whole different walk of life from a private to a public school. And I know, again, I know it's a thing because I did that. I grew up going to private Christian schools, and then I went to a public school, and it is a complete jarring shock to the kid. But I was a little older, so I could handle it. But like a small child probably couldn't handle it. It is a thing. So she knows she knows how much I see education as being important, and little things that trigger other things in later development in life. She knows. Now she grew up poor. She grew up, relatively speaking, she grew up poor. So she doesn't know like the private school side of things. She doesn't know what I see, right? So I try to tell her these things. And we got in a bad argument a couple of days ago. Because every time we get on this, like because she can't see my side, and I had to say, like, look, okay, in order to see my side, you have to strip out all emotion and just throw Wendell on a fucking table, AD on a fucking table, and just stand back and look at it, right? You have to just sit, just like how you look at internet people and Instagram motherfuckers. Look at yourself like that. You got to just step back, remove all emotions, and look at it strictly on a logical level. And that's how you can that's how you can get to see my side of it, right? I didn't grow up rich, but I didn't grow up poor, right? So give an example. I grew up in a household where I knew the electricity was going to be on. It wasn't even a question. The electricity was going to be on. Phones, water was going to be hot. I never grew up questioning any of these things, right? I'm laughing just because I'm just ridiculous, but I know people who did. Like I know what it's like to walk into a house and the water may not be running, or the electricity may not be on, or whatever, some shit you just don't have, right? Like I know what it's like to walk into a house like that, but where I lived, no, that wasn't. So like now, like I don't play that shit. Like it's not even for me now, it's not even a question that my phone is not going to be on, or my internet, whatever the fuck is like. That's immediate when I walk in the door, because that's how I grew up, right? Now she didn't grow up like that. She grew up with a single mother, shit like that, right? So she has a harder time seeing my life, whereas like I can at least kind of understand on some slight level her life, but she can't understand like some of the shit that I'll say, right? And I told her like so I broke it down as like the rich side and the poor side in this context, right? The poor side tends to take everything on an emotional level. Like it's a direct attack. It's me. The world revolves around me. Blah 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 da da. Because I have to have control over it. The poor side takes it like that, whereas the rich side knows how to remove emotions and be like, okay, I got to do this. Boom, that's it, right? And then that's it. And then they just stay quiet to themselves and do it, right? And that seems to be the constant distinction that I find. No matter where I go on earth, that seems to be the common distinction of what I see between the two. The poor side seems to be more emotionally attached, where the richer side, or the side that has potential to be richer, they know how to remove that emotion and just do. Once Kratos can read, write, and speak in full sentences, mommy's job is done. Why don't you homeschool baby Kratos? Okay, the reason why I would strongly recommend not to homeschool my son is because and this it's not really cut from an educated position, to be honest. It's more from just like a personal position. So it has no real validity to it. But everybody who I've ever known who grew up in a homeschool house, like they were always like severely stunted socially. Socially, I'm thinking about one guy right now, a friend of mine's nephew. He grew up homeschooled, and every kid who I ever met who was homeschooled just did not grow up. Especially if they were like the only child. Now maybe if they had like brothers and sisters, they could be like socially okay. But if they were the only child and they grew up homeschooled, they never. Everyone who I've ever known like that never grew up socially decent on any level. I'm talking like no level. Like they're just completely out there, completely off. They're like I'm sure it didn't happen, and I'm sure it doesn't happen in every case. But again, this is just from my personal experiences with it. Again, I'm thinking about one guy right now. I remember we went over to his house and they were just so messy, dude. I remember we went over there and like he was playing a PlayStation 4 that was like bound, like I mean, like okay, when you see like how people make fun of men for being messy, he really lived like that with his mom, and like he was like balancing like a PlayStation like on a table, but the table wasn't even balanced. Like, man, this motherfucker's getting ready to fall over, right? Like my spidey sense was tingling. As soon as I walk in the room, my spidey sense started tingling like all over. Like imagine, like you remember how Tobey Maguire's spidey sense was tingling, and it would like zoom in the shit. Like when I walk in the room, my spidey sense was tingling like the can. It would have been a whole movie just zooming in on every little part that was like fucked up. Like, and I just didn't feel comfortable at all, right? And because I remember because he was playing Bloodborne. And I told him I like Bloodborne, but I told him why I don't like it. Like, which I think FromSoft is a terrible company. I think FromSoft is awful. I could go on about FromSoft for hours because I think it's just pathetic at how FromSoft became FromSoft. But he was playing Bloodborne, so we sat there and played Bloodborne together. And he walked me through how to beat some balls, and I was sitting on like the couch with him, but it was just horrible. Like he was a nice guy. No matter of fact, no. He was playing it. No, this is what it was. I sold him my PlayStation 4 because at the time I had a gaming PC, and I said like I'll sell it to you for $150 because at the time I was using my PlayStation 4 I remember I sent him a text message saying this. I'm literally, because he felt bad about giving me $100 for my PlayStation, $150 for my PlayStation 4. At the time, you can easily get $250 for it at the time, at this time, right? But I said, look, I'll do that because I knew his uncle. I said, look, I was friends with his uncle. I said, like, I'll sell it to you for $150, something like that. He said, no, man, I got to give you more for that. I said, no, dude, look, I'm literally using it as a cell phone charger because I don't play it. I'm just playing PC games now. And he started laughing. He said, okay, cool. Yeah, well, I'll buy it then. So he was playing the PlayStation 4 that I sold him because that's right, because he couldn't figure out how to get my profile. He couldn't figure out how to delete my profile. And that's why we went over there. And yeah, he was homeschooled. Long story short, he was great guy. But I mean, something's just always a little off in my history with homeschool. In my personal history. Again, that's not saying that, other people could turn out great. I just never seen a great outcome, socially speaking, from homeschool. And then also, I was in Ohio, man. Like, Ohio's like the antisocial capital of America type shit, right? Like, it's up there. Maybe not the worst, but it's up there. So maybe that has something to do with it, too. But, yeah. Parody account. Oh, shit, I'm in danger. Spidey sense. Yeah. I was about to say homeschool kids are always socially stunted. Yeah, Auntie. Yeah, that's just what I seen personally. Again, I'm not trying to bash homeschool kids or anything like that, but like that's just what I've always kind of noticed when I was growing up and seeing homeschool kids. They would always, like, you always knew, like, it was like they were literally the homeschool kid. Like, even if they came out of homeschool and then went to like regular school, like they were always the homeschool kid, right? Like, it was always like the homeschooled kid. Like, they were never just like another kid kind of thing. But again, that's just my history, and I'm not holding any fact behind that because I'm just literally just basing it off of my history of what I've seen. Batman would be a terrible hero to protect checks because he wouldn't give a shit about helping advance the people's technology. He would just say, "Damn, that sucks for you guys." Yeah, yeah. Technology. So like in check, like it's kind of so okay. So another thing, like sports bars, like sports. Let's look at sports bars in North America. Let's do Ohio inside sports bar. Let's do this. So you see how well, okay, I would say even, and this is kind of like a softer sports bar, right? As an American, you know what I'm talking about. The TVs up there, the fact that there's so many, the fact that these TVs are up there, and this isn't even like a hardcore. This is like an okay sports bar for Ohio with the TVs up there, right? See this, okay, so, something like this with this many TVs in a sports bar over here is unheard of. Absolutely unheard of. They might have two TVs in them. See, in America, see we've adopted technology for many different reasons. One is just maritime trading and getting shit here and there, to and fro kind of thing. That would drive up the price a lot, and America doesn't have to worry about any of that problem to get anything into the country. But you see how the TVs are there, and then this isn't even like a hardcore one. Let's look at like BW3s, because when I left the U.S., BW3s was, yeah, it's like something like this. You see all the TVs there? See, like something like that, and I would say this is like this is good. This is a good one for TVs, right? In North America, this is a good one for TVs. It's still not the most gangster I've ever seen, because this is probably old now. Okay, when I left North America, they had the little tablet on the table where you can sit there and play games and order shit or watch shit. They had the table, like the tablet on the fucking table wherever you were sitting at. This is probably an old picture. But with that being said, see the concept of this many TVs in any bar that I've ever seen outside of North America, I would say. Now, again, this is just my experience. This is not normal. It's just not to have this readily access, to have this readily available access to information and technology is not normal. It's not normal. Outside, if I had, okay, I'm speaking outside the U.S. just from my, maybe there's somewhere else on the earth that does have this, but from anywhere I've been, I've never seen just even that, just that alone, or just like that many TVs with readily available information. And again, this is old shit. I don't know why, because I've had better pictures than this. They give a more accurate of what I'm trying to, accurate description of what I'm trying to say. But yeah, like something like this. Yeah, like see, this is just this over here would be like luxury. This would be reserved. This would be reserved to just the luxury motherfuckers over here. All right. Oh yeah, don't forget that guy's donation. Yeah. Oh yo, thanks a lot, Nick. Can you do Wednesday's live stream request? Yeah, yeah. Let me look up. Let me go to my subscribe star real quick. Thanks Nick for reminding me. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it. Let me go. Wait, you said on Subscribe Star? Oh wait, maybe you do. Hold on, let me check my Gmail account because I don't see anything in Subscribe Star. Oh, I see. Wednesday. Okay, here it is, right here. I see. Oh, wait. Kendra.
Tohle je můj spořák.
Kendra. I feel like Kendra would be cool to talk to like individually. I feel like she would be cool. She'd be a good person to talk to like on an individual level. So let me put it up here so I don't forget. It's 9. It's 9 already. Let me finish. I want to finish reading this article because I think this is just funny. I think back to the original topic. AI is just a modern day calculator. That's all it is. And just like when the calculator came out, motherfuckers was mad. They was like, "Oh, that's cheating" and all this shit like that. Just like when bread came out and it was consistent. Oh, it's cheating. Is this and or when electricity? This is. I'll tell you what a great thing to look up is. Let me see. Can I find this? How they used to see. Hang on. Maybe I won't be able to find it, but. How people. How do I type this? Yeah, they see it as. Yeah. This is it. This was an anti-electricity. I don't know if this is completely real, but I mean, but the overall theory still holds up. This is how people seen electricity wires in the 19th century. I don't know if this is completely true, but if you say anybody could have drew this, but the reality holds. I mean, the reality of how people always do this still holds up. It still holds up to this day. Again, now anybody could have drew this and just said that they made it in the 19th century, but the typical perspective of whenever a new technology comes in, the older generation doesn't know how to handle it because they don't want to accept being ignorant again, right? So they'll just immediately hate it for whatever, just because their fear of being ignorant, they'll just hate it, right? You're going to get this type of response from it. You're just going to get that response from it, right? And AI is just this. That's all. It's just that all over again. And but here's again the only reason why it matters is because AI is attacking the privileged educated people who just went, oh, if I just go to school and get a degree, well, now I'll be set for the rest of my life. No, you're not. No, you're not. Now you're in the same boat. Yeah, see, it doesn't feel good. See, when you attack the privilege and force them to have to realize some shit, yeah, see, it don't feel good anymore, does it? It don't feel good to actually have to go through what them lesser privileged people had to live with this whole time. It doesn't feel good anymore, right? Because see, the educated, they've been living too long behind that veil of, oh, well, I went to university and I'm well educated, blah, blah, blah. See, they were living behind. See, because my uncle was one of them people, and he was a good dude to me, man. And we used to have all types of racist jokes, homosexual jokes. He was gay. We used to have a whole bunch of homosexual jokes and everything. But he was one of these people too. Like if he was alive and we talk about this shit, I know for a fact we would disagree on this. I know for a fact we would disagree on this. He would be on the side. He would be on their side with this. Then I'd be on the other side. I know for a fact he would not agree with me unless he was drunk and wanted to just laugh or something like that. But if he was serious, he wouldn't agree with me. He'd be mad. He'd be mad about it, just like them. And I think it's funny. Like the Burberry Pirates. You fuck around with the Burberry Pirates, you fuck around and kick out that whole Muslim population after they've been there for 400 years and expect them to just take it? If they had been Jewish and but yeah, you kicked them motherfuckers out, didn't you? They've been there for what I think it was like 200 to 400 years. That Muslim population. I think they was in Spain, if I'm not mistaken. They were in Spain and they just upped and kicked them out because they didn't want to follow their religion. Right? Read between the fucking lines. These people had lived there for 2 to 3 generations and you kick them out and expect them just to go back home. These motherfuckers don't got no home. So what they do? They became the worst known pirates known to white civilization. And and what did white civilization do? They fucked around and turned around and made them the fucking overall most hated pirates of all time because they attacked the white people. But the whites never know the others. They'll never read to the other side of fucking history. They did that to themselves. The Spanish, they did that. I want to say it was the Spanish. Wait. Portugal, Spain, Portuguese. It was no, because Spain. I'm pretty sure Spain wasn't around. Wait, I'm all fucked up now. When did Spain become a country? When did Spain become a country? Well, let's do this. Let's not do that. Let's see Britannica, because I can trust this. Oh no, Spain. No, Spain was around. This is the 17th century. Wait, yeah. Spain, I'm pretty sure Spain was around. When did, because Spain was later. Because Portugal was, I'm pretty sure Portugal was older than Spain. Because Spain was always separated. Spain was always a bunch of just separated states. They never became a country until much later. When did Spain become a country? Yeah. So when did Portugal's older than Spain, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's what it was. Read between the fucking lines of history. See, when these people who are working for these tech companies, I don't even know if this is true. Again, you don't really know if this is. There's no real direct way of telling this is true if it's directly associated with generative AI or if it's just causing a lot of clickbait articles. But one thing is certain: it's going to eventually happen. It's going to eventually get there, right? But right now, there's no real way to know if it's 100% true because, again, it could have just been a department that was just not making money or it was just made obsolete. So, the company decided just to fire them, just to let them go kind of thing like that. That's always a more than decent possibility. So I'm not saying like these are 100% true right now as far as the layoffs. What I'm saying is it's inevitably going to get to that point in time, right? But again, read between the lines. See, when these AI and tech companies were sitting up making we're making the products to make the touch screens in McDonald's and shit like that, they didn't give a fuck. When they was making technology to make jobs obsolete in warehouses and shit like that, they didn't give a fuck. Why? Why did the white collar groups not give a fuck? Because they knew that the people who worked in these factories and warehouses did not have the means or knowledge to write shit and put it on the internet. That's why. So essentially what the white collar is doing is they're bullying. They're essentially in an indirect way trying to bully with their education. Right? It's an indirect form of bullying. Right, because again, these very people were in charge of writing the programs or logistically speaking, whatever the fuck, to get these tablets, to get these touch screens, to get these sensors, to get these boxes, to get these whatever the fuck out of these warehouse companies, factories, McDonald's for the touch screens, whatever the fuck. They were figuring out all of that shit to get it out there and didn't give a damn who lost their job. Didn't give a fuck. And guess what? The uneducated person had to go, oh, well, my life's over. And the educated person went, well, I guess it is. Well, you need to go find another hobby in life. Oh, and walked off and went back to work the next Monday. Yeah. So you didn't think motherfucker knew how to actually call that shit out, did you? Every now and then there's a motherfucker who walked in both worlds and knows exactly what you did. And you better hope this doesn't catch fucking steam. Right? You better hope motherfuckers don't fuck around and hear this. Or know somebody who talks like me or better than me who will bring this reality to light of how shitty you were. Right? Now you getting attacked by technology. Oh, we lost our jobs. We need a safe space. Fuck your safe space. Just say no, bruh. Just say no. Just say no, fam. That's all. Just say no. Just say no. Got to change your life? Just say no. It's not that hard. You just say no. Hooked on heroin, just say no. Well, okay, correction. Hooked on heroin after 2010, just say no. Just say no. It's not that hard. You just say no. Let's look up. This is gonna be wrong. I'm gonna do it anyway. Heroin. This is gonna be wrong. I'm gonna do it anyway. Look, you just say no. Just say no, fam. In Maine, look. You just say no. That's all you gotta do, gosh darn it.
Now, almost
I probably get
everyone
copyrighted for this shit, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
saying they're injecting heroin.
Just say no. You just say no.
What are you injecting?
Heroin or crack, whatever.
Just say no. It's your fault if you don't say no. I know I'm gonna get copyrighted for this shit, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Jeremy, just say no. You just say
Heroin
no.
use is huge right now with drug users. It's really available and it's really inexpensive.
Just say no. You just say no. Just say
Heroin today
no.
is about $30 cheaper than it was about 5 years ago.
Just
You can
say
get
no.
Very high on heroin, much cheaper than you could get drunk on booze.
Just say no. All you gotta do is just say no. Just
in this year alone, we've sent out 2 advisories cautioning people about a significant spike we've seen in overdoses and the deaths related to them. We did that in February and we had to do it again in May.
just say
How
no.
many times have you overdosed?
Over 25. Well over 25.
Just say no. If you overdose over 25 times, you just say no to the 26th time and you're cured. You just say no.
Oh no, that's flat.
This is wrong. I know I'm wrong for this.
8 times last summer. You guys remember that? 8 times I flatlined.
You flatline, well, just say no the next time. When you see heroin, you just say no.
Why is heroin so much more popular
Because
now?
of the sickness. Nobody wants to
But
be
but
sick.
people have always gotten sick off
Because
of
there's
heroin.
no oxys. You can't get oxys.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of efforts to address Oxycontin and oxycodone abuse, and I think that we've had some significant successes in that area. Addicts are turning to heroin to replace Oxycontin that they can't get any longer and that they don't get the same high off of.
Just say no, bro. Just say no. Andrew, all you gotta do is just say no. Hold on. Just say, all you gotta do is just say no. You just say no. All you gotta do is say no. When they come up to you with heroin, you lost your job because you've been replaced by a robot at work, you just say no. And then your life's gonna be better. You just say no. Andrew, you just say no. Don't say yes. Don't say maybe. Don't say, I'll get to it next week in thought. No, you just say no. That's all you gotta do. It's just that easy. It's just that fucking easy. You just say no.
Oxycontin was big. Heroin was cheaper, more potent. I was fully addicted to opiates. It was there. I was not feeling well, and I knew it would make me feel better. So I did it. I thought of the heroin user as homeless, unemployable, living in a tent under a bridge.
Oh, no. What you thought the heroin user was a non-white dude who was a scum to society. That's what you thought it was, bro. Let's be all the way real about it. Let's be real, especially in North America, that's what you thought it was. You don't want to say that last part, but that's what you thought. What you thought a heroin user was, thanks to this, was you thought it was just a poor black man with 9 kids and was fucked and it was fucking stupid and all that. That's what you thought a heroin user was. Let's be all 100% real about that. You can't hide that shit from me. You can hide it from others in your community because you don't fit that. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. Let's just. Yeah, see. And they had to add them because they didn't put any blacks. They had to physically add them blacks in, and because years ago they didn't have the blacks in there. If you type in successful family, it was gonna be this shit. They had to manually add in minorities in there because if anybody remembers the internet before, whenever you would type in this shit, it wouldn't have any of it. It wouldn't have anybody else other than them, other than the majority of the country, right? Just say no, Ram.
So I danced the dance with it.
Yeah. In March, he found his 26-year-old roommate dead from a suspected heroin overdose. Well, yeah. All he had to do was just say no. See, I'm holding you with the same regard that some people held for other people literally 20 years earlier. All you had to do was just say no.
He was in child pose, which is
I don't feel
down
sorry.
for-
I don't feel sorry for you. I fucking don't. I don't care. I don't care. This is coming from a man. From me personally, I'm actually, I think I'm at high risk for being addicted to some type of opiate because of my back pain. My back pain is awful. I carried my son. So here's a quick note, right? I went to this little playground and carried my son. My son is like 1 year and 7 months old, something like that, right? And he does not like other kids, right? So I took him to this park where it was just tons of other kids running around, and he just flips the fuck out, right? Like as if a monster came in and runs to me and is like puts his head in my chest, and I'm just like trying to calm me down. So I don't want to run because I want him to like at least get exposed to some of it, right? So he finally gets to the point where he just like because I could tell his mother's not taking him around any other kids, so I'm the only one that's doing it. So what I found was if I take him to like a park and there's other kids there, my son is fine. He'll actually run up and go try to take a toy from another kid, and I got to tell him don't do that, right? But if I take him to like an indoor park where there's a lot of kids, he can't handle it. It's like the noise is too compacted or something. I don't know. I'm guessing, and he flips the fuck out, right? My son is about 13 kilos, which is like 25 pounds, something-ish, right? And I carried him and just like try to like walk up and down the park and like try to like, touch shit on the wall to get him to play with it, just at least get some familiarity with it and to look at other kids jumping around. And I carried him maybe 5 minutes and my back was tore up that night, dude. Like there's a whole nother pain that developed in my back, right? Now, I think that I'm specifically at higher risk for drug abuse, for some type of drug abuse because of my back pain dealing with my son, and my back is just fucked up. And I know that. And see, here's the thing. See, with me, knowing my ethnic demographic, knowing how my country would put anybody who looked like me on blast for being on that shit, that gave me more of a resistance to not do pain medication and just suffer through it, right? That gave me that resilience to just say, fuck it, I'm just going to be in pain, right? Whereas, see, now, at this point, see, he's searching, okay, like this, searching for too much empathy. Now there's no chance of growth because because you're not used to being critiqued. You're not used to questioning yourself. You're not used to being the different one, the odd one out on any type of an ultimate level, right? You're used to always knowing that you can go out there and be like, well, at least I can run this person in this, job or whatever the fuck. You're used to knowing that. Whereas I'm not used to that shit, right? I'm used to being on the bottom end of wherever I'm going to be. Right? So now he's sensitive. He's sensitive. I don't feel sorry for you. I have 4 female friends. Two of them died from doing heroin. I never felt sorry for them because I know what it is. You don't. That's why you feel sorry for them. Just like with retarded people, with physically disabled people. See, the only reason you feel sorry for retarded and disabled people is because you don't know what it is. That's why you feel sorry for them. You can say it's fucked up, but if you feel sorry for them, it's because you don't know what it is. That's why you feel sorry. You could say it's fucked up, but to feel sorry, I have no empathy for whoever it is, Andrew, whatever his name. I don't care. I mean, I care, but I know what the reality is, but I have no empathy. Dude, bro, just say no. Where was he at? I guarantee you when this shit was out, he was the first one in line talking about some just say no. I guarantee you when that one was up on stage, when they was on this shit, I guarantee you he was the first one up there talking about some yep, just say no.
There was a blanket down. And
I don't feel so.
he was on his knees and his forearms with his face down. And I said hi. He didn't say anything.
I still remember when one of the girls, I actually showed my girl a picture of her in my Instagram, right? And I still remember one of the girls I knew, she had just started shooting up heroin. She didn't shoot up at first, right? And because you're not really addicted until you start shooting up heroin. You can smoke, because I've smoked it. You can smoke it and be okay. Because you don't. So for those of you who don't know heroin, you don't start out shooting up heroin. You usually start out smoking it. Shooting it up is once you've made that next jump in it, right? So I remember one girl, she had just started shooting up, and I just fucked her, right? But she had just started the whole shooting up phase, and I remember I remember she like curled up at the end of the bed and said that because she was scared, because she had a warrant out. She did something stupid and she had a warrant out. And I remember she said, I'm gonna go turn myself in like at the end of the month. And she didn't. Nobody ever turns themselves in. Very few people actually turn themselves in when they get warrants. But she was like, I'm going to turn myself in because she did something stupid and she just never, went to court or anything. So she had a warrant out. Now I'm thinking about her right now. But at no point with her did I ever feel like sorry for her. I knew what she was. I knew what she was into. I knew what she was doing. And this is Dayton, Ohio, when heroin took off. Okay, matter of fact, this is in 2013, so it was probably around these years that he's doing this video. Because I started Sinclair in 2009, 2013. Yeah, it was probably around these years when that happened. Did I ever feel sorry for her? No. I knew what it was. Right? And see, I think that's the other side of the fucked up part is that, see, since this was targeted towards the African American community, what ends up happening is they end up making the African American community stronger in a weird way that they don't see coming because they don't understand struggle. Like this person here does not understand. They don't have a proper understanding of any type of struggle, no type of struggle, right? I don't have a good understanding of struggle, but I have an understanding of light struggle, I would say, right? But she has no understanding of struggle at all. So like they don't understand the dynamics and confidence and having to be confident in yourself just because you exist, not because of your last name. Right? She doesn't understand that at all. Donald Trump can't understand it. Right? See, a Donald Trump type of dude does not know what it's like to be worth nothing and have to have confidence that's based off of literally just your own existence of being you. So he doesn't know so this is why I say Donald Trump should not be president. I still say this. Donald Trump should not be an American president because he doesn't understand what he's saying and how people who historically don't have anything will interpret it. He doesn't know. He's ignorant. He's an ignorant fool who's sitting around people who will tell him whatever he wants to hear because they think they're gonna get money out of him. And if anything, I'd be a better employee for him than anybody he's got working for him. I guarantee you that. Because he can't understand that shit. And just like this woman can't understand it, right? So when you fuck around and do this shit to African Americans, right? When you do this shit to African Americans, all that did was make them more stronger in their sense to believe in themselves on some level, right? But all that did was make it harder for him to believe in himself outside of just being a white man. That's all that did. So now by the time it hits him, it's just catastrophic meltdown. It's just like, it's the end of the world to him because he doesn't know. Okay, now I don't disrespect him anymore because he's a human man. Like I still love him because he's a human man. But when you talk about the intricacies of it, yeah, he's not going to be able to handle that. He's just not going to be able to handle being one of them now. He can't handle it. It's life destroying. right? Because from his social, now he'll try to say, well, my social culture and class, blah, blah. No, but for real, his social culture and class, yeah, he might be a blue collar worker, this and that, but he could still rest in the fact that he is a white dude, right? And that's a hard truth to admit on some level, right? If the world looks at him, you show a picture of this, you show this exact picture right now around the world, and most of the rest of the world is going to see that as a wealthy white man. If you show this exact picture right here. Now, if you take a screenshot of me right here, right, the world's going to see me as a poor black dude or struggling, unless I'm like above and beyond, or I'm like a Kanye West, Kobe Bryant or something like that, I'll immediately get classified as I must be some poor black dude somewhere struggling with 2 baby mamas. See, that's the reality in this. So when I talk about racial situations, I'm not meaning this to hate anybody. What I'm trying to do is explain the reality behind it. Right. And again, the reason why I'm saying just say no is because his history, what history did. Just say no, bro. But see, so with that whole explanation, I try to dive into why I'm saying just say no and exactly where and why it's hurting him so badly. Right. Do you decompress your spine on a pull-up bar? Yeah, so I do pull-ups. There's this swing set that has a much bigger grip, which is better for like, your forearms. So I do pull-ups, but I do try to just like hang, or I like I can't. I'm doing it right now. It feels so uncomfortable to do it, but just like relax all your back muscle and just let it hang. But like my back is shot to hell, dude. I just can't carry heavy. I always call it heavy. I would say I can't carry above 25 pounds. I can't just carry 25 pounds. I can pick it up, but if I carry it for any period of time, I'm done. I'm done that night, typically that next morning. I'm done. I can pick it up real fast, just carry, to the other side of the room or something like that. But if I try to like act like with my son, try to like walk up and down and like, carry him for an extended period of time, I'm done that night. I'm taking pain pills that night. If that's the case, we might as well not have any presidents, because we never had a president like that, or for my lifetime, that ever had a president that came from a struggling background. Well, and Neo Morpheus, you brought up a great point. So real quick, Neo Morpheus brought up a great point. So, and we never will. We never will have a president from a fully struggling background. We never will. Okay. And the reason why we never will have a president or a leader in modern times from a struggling background is because the system, and this is going to be a hard truth for any political scientist, any international relations, or anybody included. I would say I would even go off the venture economists. We will never have a president who came from a struggling background, because, and this is what economists, political scientists, international relations, they never want to admit, is that the core of human existence is grouping together with others like you. Right. So there's and there were a few instances, roughly 200 years ago, where struggling people could work themselves up to be president. But nowadays, those days are gone. Those days are gone, completely gone. And the reason why political scientists will hate to admit this, if they're not honest with themselves, is because the rich have all. Okay, so this goes into my point about so yeah. So this right here explains exactly why we'll never get that. Okay, and there's deep reports in it. Now this is kind of like this is kind of more of a Malcolm X approach to it, a kind of more of a bit more violent approach, because I could dive into the actual white population and why it will never happen. But okay, you're never going to get it's going to be a very low chance you're going to get a poor black or a poor Hispanic or a poor Asian or a decent. Okay, it's going to be a low chance you're going to get a poor white or a decent Asian or African American or Spanish or Mexican and to become a leader. And let's just use America as an example, right? The reason why that is even though we do have I forget the exact word now, but we have a sense of a voting system, right? Like we don't have a autocratic. Is that the right word I'm looking for? Autocratic. I can't think of the fucking proper terms now, but we have a sense of a voting system. Like we don't just put motherfuckers in there because, right? There is supposedly a sense of a voting system, right? Now the reason why, okay, first off, okay, a decent white person has a better chance than any poor anybody else type of person to get in because again. Because the wealth distribution is just that much off center, right? So here we go. What website is this? Yeah, this is a reputable Statista. Yeah, racial is rampant in the U.S. Yeah, so this is a reputable source for it, right? The wealth distribution is just so far off. Right off the bat, black and Latinos are done. Unless there's something that's going to be in it for the white wealth that has the wealth. Unless there's something in it for them to win off of it. Maybe they put all their coins on some strategy, to get more money out of the deal. Look, the blacks and the Spanish and the Asians, no. You'd have a better chance getting a lower end white dude who grew up on a farm in there than anything else, because just as quick you have racial wealth inequality in the U.S., just as quick as you have that, this is also in the people in common knowledge, right? Right. So with that being said, okay, on top of that, so let's look up this. Let's look up because in order to run for president, you have to go to you have to spend a lot on to campaign. Well, maybe this may be better. Oh wait, I've spelled it wrong, but campaign. It's not cheap. Because you have to go to in order to run for anything, let's just say in your, because I knew the city recorder, his name was Blacksmith, something like that. We talked about this shit. We had a long conversation about this shit because my uncle who died, he was up there with these people, right? He was up in there with these people. So I spoke to the city recorder for Dayton. He was the recorder. And we talked about what it takes to just to get to his position and the money it takes. Look, when you run for president, right? Let's say in North America, because North America is massive, right? You have to come up with money to go to every single state, every country, and you have to fund all this shit to persuade the people to vote for you. Right? That money doesn't get given to you by the government. You have to you have to come up with that money to spend on gas, employees, lodging, to rent out a whole space to talk. You have to come with that. So right off the bat, statistically speaking, the blacks and the Latinos just ain't gonna make that cut. So I wonder if somebody's actually So Biden paid $200,000 for this Who We Are for an ad, and that's just an advertisement that aired 1,000 times. That's just one ad. Let's look up. It takes money to win election. Yeah, no, you gotta have some millions to throw away. Okay, by the time you're running for president, you gotta have some millions to lose and not get back. And you're not going to get any of that back unless you do 2 terms and you get that government welfare coming back in. But you got to have some money and you got to have enough money and connections to lose millions for this shit. This is not cheap shit. Yeah, put part. Yeah, was this party? Yeah, this is a whole. Dude, I can go on about this shit for fucking hours, dude. Of why this is always going to play a huge. This is going to be the primary factor in it. Like a poor person, they're just never going to win. Because if you talk about this shit. Because okay, whoever's going to have the most money is going to have the most money to pay for advertisements, right? And how do you get votes? It's through advertisements. Right. If people can keep persuading you to think a certain way, to believe a certain thing, you're going to believe that, oh, that's right. Right. So it's like, dude, there's so many methods to just say, like, look, why this is why you're never going to have a poor person, a struggle, or a person who comes. It's going to be very rare. Okay. Unless like Jay-Z you want to do. And even Jay-Z really ain't got the connections like that. Jay-Z really doesn't have. He's good. But he don't have to connect. Kanye West, Jay-Z, them motherfuckers, they ain't got the connections like that to do that. Because see, Jay-Z and Kanye West, them motherfuckers ain't nothing but one court ruling away from losing everything and getting food stamps again. Now, they got some money, don't get me wrong. I would love to be in their position. But when you talk about this shit, when you talking about this, when you talking about running for president, they ain't got the money for that. They ain't nothing but a swift ruling away from losing all that shit. Right? Oprah ain't nothing but a swift ruling and a certain clique of guys get together and fuck her up and she out there and Oprah's done. Oprah ain't shit. Now Oprah's shit as long as she stay in her lane and she get to focusing on tuna casseroles and you know what I mean and shit like that, she be all right. She shut the fuck up, she be all right. But when she goes into this shit, Oprah ain't nothing. Oprah is nothing. You got to have family connections. And see, that family connections goes back to this. And see, this is the brutal truth that nobody wants to talk about. See, them family connect. When you grew up in a family who had 10 times the wealth as any other culture on earth, not on earth, in the U.S., look, they not going to stand a chance against you because your cousin's brother knows the district attorney of Maryland. So if your cousin getting problems in Maryland, now all of a sudden they doing 30 days of community service instead of doing 3 years in a federal pen, right? Because they know each other. And then again, this is what political scientists, economists, international relations motherfuckers don't want to admit because it hurts. It hurts to talk about because you can't deny it. And this is where Thomas Sowell comes in because he preys on white guilt to say, it's not your fault. It's all their fault. That's where Thomas Sowell comes in. And that's why Thomas Sowell gets That's where Thomas Sowell comes in to alleviate that pressure. How do you explain Obama? I got to think back in Obama because it's been a while since I looked into him. Well, okay. First off, okay. Before I look into it, because I want to keep it completely real. How do I explain Obama? First off, what I said earlier about getting donations and grants because of what he is, right? The only way that an other could win is if there's people who are willing to gamble and put their and let's call it bet on black, right? There's people willing to gamble. Okay, the Republican Party at that point was so hated after George Bush and all that shit happened. They were so hated that, and I said this before, they were so hated that they could have literally put a fucking lamb up there to run for president, and the lamb would have got some votes. And anybody who would have ran for Democrat, who at least seemed halfway serious, would have got some votes because it was a time. Now, if you put a Barack Obama up now, He ain't gonna get no. It's over. If you had to put a Barack Obama up when George Bush ran, he wouldn't have got any vote. He just would have been done. Right. But at that point, the Republican Party had pissed off so many people in North America. And at that time, things were changing as well. But I'm going to Google it to look deeper into it. But this is just my first opinion, just because I keep things, completely authentic from my opinion. It was the timing. Just like I say, African American slavery was the worst slavery in human history, not because it was necessarily the worst physically punishing, I would say the worst physically punishing. I was gonna say mentally, but I wouldn't say that. African American slavery was the worst slavery in human history, not because it was physically punishing, but it was because of the timing of when it happened. And I think that's why Obama got a chance to become president, because it was the timing. It had nothing to do with him as an individual. that was the last thing on the fucking planet of why he got in there, right? It was the time. Like I say, like I still stand by this. African American slavery was the worst slavery in human history, not just because of physical punishing, but the timing of it and what grew and what was able to grow out of that. See, xenophobia didn't really become a thing on any massive level until the British Raj happened. And then and the Indians okay, so when the British Raj happened, the British went to India to make factories, to make, fucking whatever the fuck, right? Blankets, shit like that, right? In factories. They took the Industrial Revolution and took it to India, right? And tried to make bank off of it, right? Well, what they found was when they went to India, the Indian boats were actually they were like literally twice as better than the British boats, right? So what happened was the British employed the Indians to make all their boats and their rope, right? Well, what happened was the Scottish were one of the few, well, in my opinion, was one of the first groups that truly developed a sense of xenophobia. Right? They hated anything that had to do with any Indian, what color is Indian? The Indian's going to be it's going to be a brown person, right? They hated anything to do with India because they took their jobs. Just like they took their jobs, right? They were the first ones to really employ that shit. In that British Raj, in the sense of like, okay, people now fully believe this, not like just this group over here, but like people in the economy now believe this, right? Then after that, so that grew into its own thing among the people. And of course, it was in Scotland. It's gonna go down south to England, and it's gonna spread, and it's gonna spread and spread, right? Then once it made it to North America, because guess where the boats were going? North America, right? Well, and that was before it, but long story short, at this point, now African Americans were over there picking cotton, which grew to be half of all exports that North America sent out, right? So half of all the exports, it grew to that level. To half of all the exports that America sent out was from cotton, right? And then when they ended slavery, see, this is where Europe is very ignorant on these topics. When America in 1856, when slavery was ended worldwide, in this extremity, all Europe cared about was where could they get cotton for a cheaper price. They didn't care about slavery. You didn't give a fuck about slavery. They just wanted that shit at a cheaper price. Just like most people, not just Europeans, but everybody would do the same thing. I don't blame them. It's human nature. You want something for cheaper, right? But then what also grew out of that in North America, like I said a few weeks ago, cultures grew, habits grew. By the time those habits grew, culture grew, then guess what else happened? Media started to happen, right? And who was the media powerhouse? North America. So what media is North America going to make about people? What do you think? They're gonna make what used to be the slave look like the hero now? That's not going to sell to the majority who actually has money. What's going to sell to the majority who has money? What's going to make them feel better? What's going to make them feel better? To make them look like the hero, right? So when they would make money, when they would make movies, they'd make them look like the hero and sell it around the world. Well, guess what everybody else got their hands on? Shia LaBeouf. That's what they got their hands on, right? So, like, I would love to have just a genuine conversation with Thomas Sowell. I would love to have an authentic conversation with Thomas Sowell over the intricacies of what happens in all this. I would pay to, and it don't have to be recorded. Just me and him at a bar. I mean, where I would love to have you just to see, like, are you really this dense? Like, are you? I mean, so when that media, it's like, oh, what do you think that tells the rest of the world? Right. So to put it in perspective, you always have to use dogs and food. Again, like I say, you always have to use dogs and food, right? As a precursor to intelligence, right? If the whole like now, right? The pit bull in the world is seen as the most horrible, violent dog on earth. Why is that? Because media always says it, right? Now, what does media never really tell you is that people are training these dogs to be like that because they're more like that, blah, blah, da, da, da. But nobody cares about that part. Everybody knows pit bulls are the they're just the evil, violent dogs. Media doesn't tell you how people have heard that and they raise their pit bulls that way. Nobody cares about that at all. Right? Nobody cares. But this is a great thing about Asian households. They actually have more, but they only represent like 7% to 8% of the population. But they actually have more. They went above it. Yeah. Yeah. AD, I have 2 interesting videos concerning Japanese women. Could you respond to them tomorrow on your next live stream? I would love to hear your take on them. You would like, yeah, I'll cover it, yeah. What's your thoughts on reparations and if it could be a reality? Nia, okay, now here's my honest opinion on reparations. I think that'd be a horrible idea for the African Americans in North America, because the reason why I think it'd be a terrible idea is because at this point because the African Americans have been beaten down too long for too hard to eat. Okay, there's a few reasons why I think I'm gonna go take a bathroom break, but I think reparations would be a terrible idea for African Americans. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put on the trailer, but I'll be right back. I gotta pee, and I'm gonna dive into that. But I think reparations would be a terrible idea for African Americans. But I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So, long story short, yeah, I'm off mute. Okay. Long story short, I think you'd be better off just okay, whatever reparation payments you had, you'd be better off just giving it back to to the rich white people. Long story short, which is fucked up to say. But yeah, at this point, I think that's just where it is, because the African Americans in North America had been beaten down so long for so hard and never made, okay, they never had the opportunity. So, okay, look, so just based off of this right now, right? This tells you where their entire friends group, okay, generally speaking, based off of human development, human history, we're going to align with people who look like us, walk like us, and talk like us, right? So based off this data, this tells you where the money is really going, who the money is going in between, right? So when the money, so these are very vastly different amounts of money, right? The Asian community makes up a lower total population, so it's still mostly white in North America, right? But even with that being said, let's say the white and Asian population were completely equal, right? And okay, that still significantly leaves out the blacks from reparations, right? Because the whites and let's say the whites and the Asians were completely 50-50 in the population, right? In respect to this total amalgamation, I forget what the proper word is, but let's say they're 50-50, right? Well, they would have been friends with each other, right? And if they're not friends with each other, they would rather take a poor white or a poor Asian who looks like them versus anybody else. This is just statistical human fact, right? I'm not saying every single case is going to play it like this, but this is statistical human fact. They're going to form an alliance with people who walk and talk and look like them, right? So where does that leave the black and Hispanic populations? That leaves them on on the complete other side of the railroad tracks, right? So with that being said, right? Hang on. With that being said, the blacks and Hispanics in North America have no real perspective of what it's like to manage money past $10,000. Right? They have no real understanding on a whole of what to do, how to invest. Okay. When you speak to a white person or an Asian person on what to invest in, let's say if they were 50, but let's just speak on reality about North America. If you were to speak to a white person about investing, right? If you say, look, you need to invest this money, Rodney, right? It's time to speak investments, right? What's the first thing that Rodney's going to think of who he's got to invest his money in? What's the first ethnicity that he's going to think? He's not going to think of Hispanic motherfucker. He's going to think of motherfuckers who look like him, right? Now, if you go to Darnell or fucking Kim Jong and be like, you need to invest. What's at the top of their list of who to invest in? It's going to be a white man. Right? They're not going to they can't think of themselves because they don't have anything. And they've been systemically subjected to not having anybody that looks like them to invest in. And even if they did, let's say if Darnell could invest in Tyrone, well, who's Tyrone investing his money into? Josh. That's who. Right? So it's this thing like, so in the end of the day, in my opinion, when you talk about reparations, I think it'd be better off just giving it to Cadillac. Just give it to Cadillac to open up a new factory in the area and employ them at this point, because the white American population has just beaten up everybody else so badly that nobody else can fucking grow, right? And I mean, and I'm not like specifically mad about it. It's just how history played out. It's where we are right now, right? This is just the reality of it, is where we are, right? It's nothing to be mad about, but it's a reality, right? When it comes to reparations, there's been no practice okay, when you speak reparations, I'm assuming you're speaking about African Americans. There's been no sense of education, financial education in the African American. They don't even know what to do There's no groups of African Americans that are just African Americans who know what to do with $100,000 by themselves. Now there's white groups who know what to do with that, but there's no black groups who know what to do with that at all. That's just, and it's just them. They don't, I mean, they can do it and make a few extra dollars, but they're never going to catch up with the white population. They can't. It's statistically impossible because the white population has already made their own groups up. They've already, now I'm not saying every white person is in that group, but what I'm saying is but that group is made up of all white people. Right? And you can't deny that fact. Right? It's right here. Right? Now, and I will entertain the other side of it. It was like, is that, again, not all white people have a $250,000 wealth, and not all white people are doing very well off. There's a lot of white people who are struggling, right? I will totally admit that a lot of white people are struggling, right? And I will admit the other side of it too is that there's a lot of white people like Donald Trump with millions and billions who are driving that number way up, right? I'll admit that side of it too. But when you talk about gaining any sense of wealth, who's writing Shaquille O'Neal's checks and getting a profit off of Shaq's checks? Right? Motherfucker, who was out there writing Kobe? Who was out there writing Kobe Bryant's checks and making money off them checks? You think it was Darnell? Do you think it was Kim Jong? No. It was John. It was John and Steve who was writing them checks, right? And again, don't be mad. I'm not mad about it. It's the reality of the situation. It's where we are right now, right? Like it's where we are right now, and again, this is where Thomas. And again, in my opinion, this is where Thomas Sowell kicks in. This is where Thomas Sowell kicks in and says, "Oh, it's not your fault," because that guilt starts to add up at some point, right? And Thomas Sowell comes in and goes, "Oh, it's not your fault. See, it's all the black man's fault because of rap music, and they did it to themselves." Right? And Donald Trump goes, "Yeah, it's not my fault. I know struggle too, motherfucker. I had to fucking wait in line at McDonald's for 2 minutes for my McCafe. It was tough." Right? That's where Thomas Sowell comes in and gets his bills paid, right? It just is what it is, right? I mean, don't be mad about it. Again, dude, the mother of my son is as white as they can be, right? She's Slavic. She's a Slavic European. She's a Slav. She's like a Western Slav, but she's a Slavic European, dude. Like she's as white as it gets. You can't get much more whiter than that, right? Don't be mad about it. But it just is. My thing is, it is what it is. That's what I'm trying to say. Real quick, Javi. Real quick. Because I called my girl because I'm kind of pissed at her right now, but I called her, right? Because I finally started reading Mein Kampf, right? And I got to be real with you. Now, I think Hitler was a bit of an extremist, but when it comes to his original hatred for the Jews, that motherfucker might have been on to something. Right? And this is not the tattler the tea talking. And I'm going to dive into why it's not the tattler the tea talking. This is all me because I told her the same thing on a phone call. When it came for his original hatred for the Jews, Hitler was not that motherfucker. Okay, I'm going to say this. Based off of any strategical data I tried to find to counteract Hitler's point was magically erased from the internet, had been magically erased. ChatGPT don't know about it. Because I'm going to dive into why. So like Hitler, his original hatred for the Jew, that motherfucker wasn't all the way. Look, okay, I'm not going to say he wasn't wrong. What I'm going to try to say is this. I could not find any type of valid data to prove him wrong. And the reason why I'm going to say this. Because in Mein Kampf, he talks about how he was in Vienna. Because he was struggling. He goes to Vienna. And he's working among the common class people, like the blue collar people, right? and and he would listen to his colleagues, speak about political issues at work. So Hitler would go home and actually get he would go get actual books and pamphlets and read before he would open his mouth, which I highly admire about him, at least from what he said about in his autobiography. And and so he goes about when he first comes across the Jew, and he said when he first came across the Jew, he didn't have a problem with him. He's like, yeah, it's just another person. But when he first had a problem with the Jew was when his colleagues would talk about shit at work, and he would go try to find like pamphlets, books, anything about it. And he said that from his findings, literally everybody who was responsible for writing anything negative about the German was a Jewish author, right? Because you could tell by the last name, right? You can look at the last name essentially for most Jewish people. You can look at the last name and tell if they were, especially at that time, because they had at that time because they had migrated to Poland at that time, and they were spreading from Poland down to Vienna. And he said, yeah, like every author was a Jewish person just flat out bashing German people. And that's how he grew his hatred for the for the Jew, right? So when I read that, I was like, word? I was like, what? So I Googled, okay, list authors, list any journalist, anybody from roughly the 1930s, 1920s, 1930s, when Hitler was in this age group, list all this. Oh, well, we don't have any data. There's no data on authors from this time period, right? So I asked ChatGPT, list anybody, can you list me the name of popular journalists in Vienna from the years of X to X, right? Oh, well, there's no data on it. We don't have it. Really? Really? You don't have it? That's not a good look. I was like, what? And I called my girl immediately. I said, hey, Esmeralda, like, look, yo, I think Hitler might have been on to something, bro. Like, look, I'm Googling this shit. And these motherfuckers erasing history. History is being erased. Help. I was like, yo, what the fuck? I'm like, yo, are you serious? Like, no way. Like, but to be clear, because I kept reading, so I spent a little bit of time on it. Maybe somebody else can find more data on it that maybe I didn't find. So I'm not saying that Hitler was right, but what I'm saying was when I looked into it, it was mysteriously hidden. Because and I told my girls, I said, look, because, okay, on the flip side, if you'd have found a fucking Jewish baker that was killed in the Holocaust, you'd find that motherfucker's first name, last name, date of birth, telephone number, what they wore when they went to the Holocaust. Oh, shit. You mean? And she was like, yeah. She was like, yeah, you right. But you mean to tell me ChatGPT and a Google search can't find none of this shit? I can't find any of this shit. I'm like, yo. I'm like, for real? And Hitler might have not been. Okay, now, and I told my girl, now, I'm not for killing the Jews. I'm not for killing anybody, right? When it comes to killing motherfuckers like that, I'm not advocating that at all. Okay, I don't advocate any type of murder, any type of planned killing, none of that shit, right? I don't advocate any of that, right? I'm not trying to infer that on any level. But what I'm trying to say is Hitler's original point, that motherfucker might have not been completely wrong about this shit. Because at the time, the Slavs had been taking over a lot of this area in Europe, and Germany was like falling under. Germany was falling. The German man was almost like disgraced at this point. Like you had to fight to be proud to be German at this. The Germans was damn near like the African Americans at this point. Like you had to fight to be proud to be that shit. Because motherfuckers weren't gonna give you that at all. If anything, you need to be more like somebody else, right? I called her and I told her the reality. I said, yeah, like Because if you go to any concentration camp, look, they kept all them records. They know where exactly all them records are. Stat. If you, I went to Terezin. I'll show you guys Terezin. I went to Terezin when I first came here. It's a concentration camp in Czech Republic. This is where I went. Yeah, this is where I went here. This concentration camp. I actually remember walking in this entrance right here. Yeah, I remember seeing a room that looked just like this. I sent a buddy of mine pictures of this room, of a room that looked just like this, because they kept a small heater. Like when you walk in, they kept a small heater in the front that clearly couldn't heat the whole room up. Like, it is obvious. Like, you cannot heat this whole room up with this small ass heater type shit. I walked to a room that looked just like this. And these motherfuckers know the names of all these motherfuckers. They signed a sheet, because this was where I learned. So here's the thing: what I learned was when I went to, now I don't remember seeing. Okay, I'll be honest with you. I didn't see this. I don't know what this is. Maybe I missed it or something, but I don't remember seeing this at all. But what I do remember is when I looked at the graves. This is where I learned when you look at the graves, there's going to be pebbles on the graves. And I asked, like, yo, why are there pebbles? Why are there rocks on the graves, right? Because it's just numbers on the graves. They said, oh, that's because of where they come from. They didn't have flowers. So where they come from, they put rocks on the graves instead of flowers, because their terrain was just like so fucked up. Like they couldn't grow like beautiful flowers. So when they pay their respects to the dead, they put colorful rocks on the graves, right? Now, I don't remember seeing that I forget what that's called, but that insignia, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't remember seeing that at all at Terezin, because I drove out there with my ex-wife. But I don't remember seeing that at all. Let's see. Well, here's the thing. Terezin is a village, because I drove out there with my ex-wife. It's a village where people actually live, and it was just a concentration camp there. This looks like this must have been it, because that's where you. I don't remember seeing that insignia though. Maybe my memory's just fucked up. I don't remember seeing any type of it. Maybe this one, but I don't remember seeing that Jewish shit up there. Now I remember walking in here and seeing it. So, because this is where you walk in and you learn, like, because here's the thing: when you walk into a place like this, what becomes very clear really fast, well, at least for me, from my perspective, is like, wow, you motherfuckers was able to just abuse humans, and all you did was build a wall that was 10 feet tall. Like, that's all it takes. Like, I mean, think about how fragile humans are in this regard. Like a bird can just fly out this motherfucker, just and be gone, right? But a human, you can't get out. So what they used to do was, so you see this grass up here? You see the grass? Can I zoom in? Yeah. Zoom, come on, motherfucker, zoom in. So you see that grass up there? I remember being in here, and they would tell us, like, yeah, there was always guards up there with guns. Like, so if somebody flipped out, they shoot them. And also so people couldn't, like, build like a human ladder to get out the motherfucker. And what really hit me real fast was like, I was like, what? Maybe I could find some pictures on my Google Images docs or something like that, because I'm pretty sure I saved some of them. What hit me real fast was like, wow, like humans are really dumb as fuck. Like a fucking 10-foot wall can cause the extinction of a group of people. I'm laughing because of how ridiculous it is, right? Like, so that's where I learned, like, little things. Like, for example, because I was telling my girl this, because she didn't know, because she never been in Terezin. She didn't know. I've been to more places in Czech Republic than she's been, and she's Czech. But so one thing I didn't know, because they don't do dryers out here. You dry your clothes by hanging it up. Once you leave America, dryers are like a rarity. You usually dry your clothes by hanging them up. So one thing I learned at this concentration camp was, I don't know if they're going to have a picture of it. I highly doubt it, because it was just one specific area and you had to go inside. But one thing that I did, this is the underground tunnel. We walked all the way up this motherfucker. It's long too. It's not short. You get to walk in and you start getting tired walking in this motherfucker. It's long. It's an underground tunnel. It pretty much goes like along the wall. But this is a long tunnel, dude. Like, this is not like some short shit. Like, when you get to walking, as you walking, you start getting tired and being like, hold on. You mean motherfuckers dug this shit out and then put the rocks up in this motherfucker? Like, is you cause you gonna walk all the way around this bitch. Right? And it's not like it's gonna take you a good 10 minutes to get out that motherfucker. It's not short, right? It's long as fuck. But you know that this I don't recognize. Maybe this is just like a doctored view of it or something. But no, this picture that's exactly what I remember. This picture right here is exactly what I remember. Oh yeah, another thing I remember. Yeah. So it was getting cold outside, right? Started to freeze right outside, and we would hang our clothes up outside, you know, because it's gonna dry quicker when the air hits it. But it's starting to get the freezing temperatures. And I told her I was like, nope, wrong, fucking wrong, because I learned this at Terrazine, right? So at Terrazine, what happened was when they would wash the motherfuckers who was in prison, they had to pressure wash their clothes, right? But where they inadvertently kind of killed a lot of the prisoners was when they would pressure wash their clothes. Well, this is what we were told. They would pressure wash their clothes. But in the pressure wash, it wouldn't get out all of the water. Just a little bit of water was still in there. Not enough to actually feel wet, but it was still in the fabric, right? And what would happen was, like, they would give it back to the people to wear outside in the freezing cold, and they would end up dying of hypothermia, like, overnight, because they would freeze in it, right? And so that's how I know now, like, even if your clothes don't feel wet, like, don't trust that shit. Like, don't trust, like, just because your clothes don't feel wet don't mean that they aren't wet still. Now, I don't know if that's factual. Again, I learned it from there. So it was kind of like a trust me bro kind of thing. I have a picture of this exact area somewhere, and I don't know where it is because I remember this exact area. Because you can walk in there and see the places. See the insides of them. And then they take you to this whole Gestapo area where, like, they knew, but everybody tried to act like they didn't know and shit. But yeah, no, it's fucked up. Like, I'm not for killing anybody. I'm not trying to. So when I mention that whole Hitler part, I'm not advocating killing anyone at all. I think it's fucked up, dude. Like, that's all you got in life is your life. Like, I don't advocate any of that. But what I'm trying to say is his initial hatred for the Jew, from what I was able to find, it makes sense. It's adding up. It's not bullshit. What was hidden? AD. So Mo, what I couldn't find was journalist names in Vienna throughout that time. I could not find, and I didn't spend a lot of time looking for it, but I could not find journalist names throughout that time. So when I asked ChatGPT immediately said, "Oh, that's just a conspiracy theory that Jewish people were writing about German people in Vienna. That's not true." So I tried Googling it for a little while, couldn't find anything on it, nothing. I could find nothing on it. Yeah. So again, I'm not trying to say what I did was completely the 100% valid perspective, because maybe somebody else can find something deeper on it, but I couldn't find anything. My searches went dry pretty quick. So much where I had to call Esmeralda and tell her, like, look, yo, like, Hitler might not be for his initial hatred, like the Jews, like, yo, because again, what I talked about before, right? From my experiences of living in Czech Republic. When I drive up to the grocery store, right? Oh, when it's a rap song, they'll play, "I'll fucking kill a nigger on the street," and they don't blurt out any curse words, right? But when I heard, "All I want to say is that they don't really care about us," and that part of when Michael Jackson says, "Jew me, sue me," no, they didn't play Jew in that part. And I remember I looked down at the radio. I said, "Wait a minute." Y'all motherfuckers play every other curse word in English, but you didn't play that. They repeated the previous line, and it was just like it was a repetition. So I'm like, wait a minute. So even in a country that historically does not speak English, you would still mute out the word Jew in that song, but you didn't mute out any other curse word in any other rap song or anything else I've ever heard on the radio. Driving from here to Dresden, Germany, I've never heard of a muting of any other word. So that's when I hear like when Kanye West, bumfuckers got on Kanye West for being anti-Semitic. Like yo, like I don't know what he said, but I can understand that as a person who's lived a real life and then tried to go back to an area where motherfuckers worked in warehouses and offices their whole life. Like Kanye, he's seen some shit that motherfuckers ain't never came across. So a motherfucker who worked at Kmart his whole life. Right? If I go tell a motherfucker who worked in Kmart his whole life, just this story right here, motherfucker think I was crazy. I'm riding up to Lidl to go buy some fucking juice and some bread. And the first time I hear a muted curse word was the Jew word, and Michael Jackson's, they don't really care about us. That's the only time I've heard any type of offensive word be blurred out. And even then, it wasn't even an offensive word. See, situations like that is why I can see like Kanye the motherfucker probably telling the truth. But he went back to a bunch of motherfuckers who don't got no damn life and tried to speak the truth, and they wrote him off as crazy. I experienced that shit. Mo, yeah, you can't find anything. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Mo. Yeah, you can't find you. Yeah, it just what? Okay, again, now I hope you do, because I'm not trying to say I'm not against Jewish people. I'm not against anybody. I don't hope anybody died or anything like that. But that's what I'm saying, Mo. I couldn't find anything on it either. Journalists in that time period in Vienna, Austria, you can't find it. Just like the reckless eyeballing act. For slaves in North America, where it was illegal for a black man to look at a white woman. It was legitimately legislation for a black man to look at a white woman. Well, maybe not legislation, but it was against common law for a black man to look at a white woman, or else he'd be beat. Right? And if you look up on the internet right now, last time I tried looking up, you can't find it. Let's try looking it up right now. Let's try looking it up. It's a movie. Research. Okay. Oh, here we are. Academia. Yeah. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so here. Okay, so this is the last time I tried looking up, I couldn't find anything about it. So maybe I just had a bad time on Google. Maybe. But here it is. Yeah. Where a black man from so much as gazing at a white woman can also be ironically applied to the gaze emanating from the screen. Well, at least they're acknowledging it was a thing. At least they're acknowledging that it existed here. But reckless eyeballing was a legit thing. Like, you could not look, as a black man, you could not look at a white woman in North America without getting beat up. Right, it was called reckless eyeballing. I don't know what this is. Well, it's a .edu website, so it looks. I don't like the way this website looks. I'm not gonna trust this one. So here's the thing. The last time I tried looking up, I couldn't find any of this. So maybe I just had a bad time. Maybe Google just fucked up. I'll give it that. Because you were not allowed to look at a white woman, or you'd be beaten down. They always censor what's too close to home. Yeah. Oh, word mode. Emmett Till. Oh, that was behind Emmett. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Emmett Till. Yeah, when the mother asked to keep his casket open, his mother, because they beat him to death, and his mother asked to keep the casket open so everybody could see what they did to her son. And his face was just like drooped down and like fucked up. Let me see if I can find it. And she asked to keep it open. Oh, they blurred out the face. Is this the internet being the internet again? Yeah, I bet this is the internet being the internet again. They blurred out his face. So Emmett Till's mother asked to keep the casket open so the world could see what they did to her son. Because it usually wasn't hard to find a picture of it, of his face. His face, it was like all drooped down and like beaten up. Is this it? Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, it looks like the internet's trying to scrub this shit off. Oh no, that's just open casket. Let's see. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's what they did to him. They beat the fuck out of him for that. And I think they drug him by a pickup truck or some shit like that. Yeah, they drug him, but I'm pretty sure they beat him up and drug him by a pickup truck. Yeah, Mo. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, you can't forget once you've seen it that this is not the accurate picture because the picture I remember his skin was like drooped down. This is not the accurate picture. You don't forget it once you've seen it. If you've seen it one time, like you know it from like I have the image in my head, but I can't. These are not like they're altering this shit. Because I clearly remember because it wasn't even from that angle. It was from like the top and like it was from like the top angle of them and the side. This is not even like the right angle. Well, I don't know what this is, but these aren't even the right angles of it. Yeah, what if you've seen it, you know what it is, and you don't forget that picture. I want to say it was from like the top and like to the left of it. But I remember the image. His skin was like drooping down. That's why I hate social justice warriors and their fucking feelings are more important than the truth. Just more BS. Yeah. A PDF that you're working on. Well, yeah, send it to me, man. I'll definitely take a look at it. But yeah, I'm gonna let you guys go in a minute, man. But yeah, with that Hitler shit, like, cause Mein Kampf is pretty good. Yeah, okay, I'd say the first chapter is pretty good. After that, it really just kind of like dove into like basic, like philosophies, honestly. And he's a bit of an extremist, like to a point, I think. Well, of course, he was Hitler, but he turned into an extremist. But the first chapter was actually pretty fucking great read. But after that, it really went downhill, in my opinion, pretty fast. In terms of, well, because he was just a man of his time, outdated, all that shit, generally uneducated, because he just had no idea about the past for real. All he knew was his time period. And then on top of that, I'll never fully understand because I don't understand what it's like to be part of one country and be like kicked out of, not really kicked out of others, but it's kind of like that whole issue of that Europe has. It's like if you're German, you're German. If you're France, then if you're French, then you're from France. And even though you're Europe, you're still like superbly different on an individual level. Whereas like, okay, for example, like with me and Mo, like Mo is from the whole other side of the US and I'm from, but we're both just Americans, right? Like even though like Mo's not from Ohio, I'm not going to, you put all your information out there, but the fact that you're not from Ohio doesn't mean that like there's any like there's any, I don't feel any certain way about you, and I wouldn't expect you to feel any certain like negative way about me because we're from different parts of North America, because the United States is exactly that. It's united. Whereas like Europe hasn't been united in almost in 1,500 years on any true level. So like I can never really understand where Hitler was coming from that perspective of that lack of unitedness, of being being united. Like, I'll just never be able to understand that perspective. Because I was talking to a friend of mine, he's from Germany, man, and I flat out asked him, I said, look, like, yo, do you think the world treats you differently? Do you think the world treats you differently because of what your country did? And he immediately said yes. From my experiences, I think it's crazy how Germans nowadays get that. They still get that shit. It's like, maybe not even if it's a reality, but they still feel it. Like they feel like the world sees them as something else because of World War II. Like, and it's from the people that I know from Germany, like that's still a consistent thing that nobody, I don't think most people really don't talk about. Another thing people don't talk about is the poor whites in Europe, like the poor Europe, like people. It's shocking to me how many people are not aware of Greece, of the Greece financial situation. It's still very shocking to me how people are not aware of that and aware of Greece's financial history, or just their entire history, pretty much after that whole Roman Empire-ish type of time. It's still shocking how ignorant the world is on this. Because I got into conversation with a dude on Facebook about this. And here's the thing, I'll say this. To Western Europeans and white Americans, Europe is the African Americans' Africa. Right? Like, to the African American, there's populations in the African American communities where they cannot accept hearing anything negative about Africa as a continent. Right. And it exists. Right. And it's the same thing for the white American population who fits this group. They cannot accept hearing anything negative about Europe, like at all. Right. So the conversation came up, and to be fair, it's up to your interpretation of it. I mean, I'll make clear my interpretation of it. The Roman Empire. Don't get me wrong, was a great fucking thing, especially given the time period, what happened. But it didn't last as long. Like there's even entire Reddit groups based on like this like the African Americans' view on Africa. It's this thing of like they could not have done any wrong and they lasted forever and they'll last forever. Right? There's entire Reddit groups based off of saying the Roman Empire lasted 2,000 years. And they could just conglomerate with each other in this circle jerk of, yeah, Europe's great, bro, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Like no, it didn't. And even when it was, I thought this was common knowledge. When it was Western and Eastern Roman Empire, that Eastern Empire was something different. That was not the same shit. That was, I mean, technically they were under the same rule, but that was a whole different culture. And it's shocking to me, like how many white guys in America just blindly just love the Roman Empire. Like, it's shocking. Or when you talk about ancient Greece, like here's one argument I always have every time this comes up is when it comes to ancient Greece and their developments. Well, my first argument is, okay, well, I would love for you to do long division using Roman numerals. I'll be here next year when you figure it out. Right? Because where do you look? The Europeans didn't even have the concept of the number 0 until roughly the year 500 or 600 AD. And the only reason that even became a question is because they didn't know when exactly. Okay. Now, this is another hard area to really look into and really find like an actual answer to. How did we make our calendars in the Western world, right? Now, this is another hard thing to look into because people just say, oh, we just made it because that was the year Jesus was born, right? But that's the simple answer to it. It takes a while to find like any correlating data because here's the thing. If you look at ancient Greek tombstones and shit like that, their tombstones did not read, oh, he was born in fucking 530 BC and died in 500 BC. It's not going to say, it just says, oh yeah, here, this motherfucker's name, and that's it. There's very rarely any numbers on the motherfucker, right? So you can't use that as an argument. So when it comes to time, right? I want to say it was roughly around the year 550 to 650. It was after the Roman Empire had fallen, and everybody was just in shambles. Like everybody in Europe was in shambles, right? Like the Byzantine Empire were trying to revive the Roman Empire, but they never really got there. Even though they lasted a little while, they never got to it. The Roman Empire was just done. Now at the time they probably still called the Byzantine Empire the Roman Empire for short, but it wasn't. It just, in my opinion, it just wasn't. Because too many things have just changed over the years. That's just not the same people. It would be like saying Korea is still existing, even though it's split to North and South Korea. Those people now maybe the language still stayed. Maybe methods of making material still change, but that mentality and culture is gone forever now, right? If South Korea and North Korea decide to unite again, okay, the reality of that dynamic is that will never be Korea ever again. It's always going to be something new now. It's never going to be what it was, right? And it's really sickening just how deep Western Europeans and like I said, like the African American equivalent to the white guy with Europe, it's really sickening how they don't see like how things really were on any real level. Now I can see the argument that I can see like their perspective of it lasting to roughly 1400, but even then, the years previous to that, it was clearly not the thing. Right? Like, it was clearly not right. Something Rex is going on a tangent. Germans are still racist too. No, correction, not a black man. Look, I told my girl this maybe 2 days ago. Europeans are far more xenophobic and racist than North Americans are. Far more. It's not even a question. Either xenophobic or racist. It's not even a question. Europeans it completely eclipse anything North America's come to. I told her that. In my opinion, there's no comparison. Absolutely none. When it comes to either xenophobic or being racist, however you want to categorize it to, but between those two, Europe far eclipse America. The difference is they hide behind their language. They'll just they'll in English say, "Oh yeah, no, we love everybody," and then go off and say, right, and in their own language, they'll just hide behind it, right? Or another great example. So a friend of mine, he's from Serbia, right? Yeah, this is something Americans, the typical American who fights this argument knows nothing about. They're completely ignorant to the poor whites, the Moldovans, the Romanians. These motherfuckers. See, rich white people do not count that as Europe. They count France, Italy, Spain, Germany as Europe. They don't count that side because they're the poor whites, right? But a friend of mine, he's from Serbia, right? And I was supposed to hang out with him, and I just forgot to write him back, to be honest with you. But I was totally going to hang out with him, but I forgot to write him back. And he's struggling. He's from Serbia. Them Serbians get fucked over, dude. Them Serbians, they get fucked over here. And you should see the shit that we talk about. I sent somebody who watches me on YouTube, I sent him copies of our text messages to show him. Yo, what they go through is some wild shit. And see them poor whites get forgotten. Them poor whites might as well be Negroes over here. Be Negroes and Gypsies over here. I'm gonna take a bathroom break, man. I'll be right back. comment. So Europeans are cowards hiding behind their language. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah, for sure, yeah. I don't want to say every because I mean most people just want beer and fuck a bitch and shit like that. But when it comes to like the topic of looking at it from like that overhead view of like trying to judge Americans for this shit, oh no, Europeans are far worse, far because because I told my girl I was giving my girl examples. So to give an example, what I told her was like, okay, think about this, right? Let me take a swig and I'll be right back. I said, think about this. See, in America, we still know gracias. I mean, we still know enchiladas. We still know these. We walk around and say, hola. Hola. Hola, me llamo. Hola, me llamo Ed. Right? Like, we still know this shit, right? Even though motherfuckers may not say it, you know it, right? Right? Now keep that in mind, right? Because I gave her this thought experiment. Now, literally, when you cross that fucking line to get into Germany and you say Dobly Den, them motherfuckers don't give a they don't know what you saying. They don't care what you saying. You better say Guten Tag or get the fuck out or speak some English next or get the fuck out. And it's the same way in Europe, dude. If you not speaking that richer language when you walk into that country, oh, you better get your motherfucking ass out. If you're not speaking some richer language, so with the Czechs, if you come in here and you're not speaking French or English or German, and most of them may probably even know French, but if you come in here and you're not speaking if you come in here speaking Romanian, motherfucker, you better pull out Google. Look, I ain't wasting no time on. They gonna hit you with that hustle man look. No, what was that little weasel on Full House, that not Uncle Jesse. What was that motherfucker? The goofy motherfucker. He went. They hit you with that. Wood. They gonna hit you with that motherfucker. I can't remember his name, but he was the goof. Not Uncle Jesse. He was a goofy one, and he had that little weasel. And every time he would say wood, he would go with the little puppet. Hold me. Dude. Yeah, this. He had his little puppet. He would go, wood. Let me see if I can find this shit. Let me see if I can find him doing it. Hold on. That's Uncle Jesse. Oh, I'm trying to find where here it is. Where he got the little puppet.
Is it about wood?
No, it's called The Three Billy Goats Gruff.
That's our favorite story.
Now, once upon a time, there were three
Woodchucks.
No.
He ain't doing it because he would go like, I don't know when he would do it.
Three Billy Goats. Now, Mr. Woodchuck, I know you love anything with wood in it, but please, let's just stick to the story.
That's fine with me.
Now, the three Billy Goats lived in a
lumberyard.
No, a valley. Don't you know this story?
No. Would you tell it to me?
He ain't doing it. Maybe he was doing it early on. He ain't doing it now. But every time he would say wood, he would go like, wood. That's how they gonna hit you when you go to Germany, though. When you go to Germany and you fuck around and speak some poor language, you better get your motherfucking ass up out of there. They ain't listening to you with that. Get your motherfucking ass out of Germany, bro. If you come in there and you can speak some poor language, at least when I used to go, you better speak some rich language and get the fuck out of here. Right. Now, on the flip side, see, Czechs, you fuck around and find a Czech who can speak some French and some German. They gonna know some German. Like her mama speak German. They gonna speak some German. But see, on the flip side, see, you ain't gonna find, there's no reason for no German to go down here and to learn how to speak Czech. Slovakian and Czech's technically pretty much the same language. But they ain't even trying to learn Polish, none of that. Unless they on that border or some shit like that. Get your motherfucking ass, get your broke ass out of here, bitch. But yeah, man. But yeah. Okay, here's the thing. I'll tell you what you try to do. Set your VPN to be like in Czech Republic or something, or just in Europe, right? And find some like H&M ad on every time, dude. Like if you go on like an H&M ad on Facebook, like on like a post, not like on their because they have to delete all those racist posts. So like I'll find them sometimes and post them on my YouTube channel or something, but they're going to delete all of it because they don't want the world to know how racist Europe is. Oh, if they post like a brown person in a picture, oh dude, it's just hell. It's hell. Like they unleash in their language. Like it's wild shit. It's crazy. These motherfuckers will let loose. See, H&M don't want you to know that. Because most motherfuckers, who is gonna know it, right? In the world, like who's gonna really be on here on YouTube telling you this shit, right? Who's gonna post it? Who's gonna take a screenshot and post it on their YouTube channel? Nobody, right? So they just do. So if you go on like H&M's like Facebook page, they'll just delete all those and block all those profiles to where like you won't see any other. It'll be if they post a brown dude on an H&M website in Europe, it's going to be filled with laughing emojis and the little angry emoji and motherfuckers saying this isn't Africa or posting pictures of monkeys in the fucking comment section. Oh, it's deep shit, dude. It's fucking crazy. It's wild shit. And again, so with that being said, the richer white community has no reason to even look into it because they're used to being worshipped, right? They're used to it. So by that point, you get, these clowns in America who love the Roman Empire, like they used to being coddled by North America, and they want to get and they want a masturbation period over some, great thing that Europe did at some point, and they just roll with it. They don't care. Right? They're not gonna care. And you fuck around and tell them their numeric system is based off of Arabic, their head's gonna blow off. And they're gonna come up with some other mental gymnastic. Right? Like I said, usually my first argument is solve long division with Roman numerals. And I love to watch, and I'll be here next year when you figure that shit out. Mo says, thank God I speak American English, brown skin and an accent. Not, hang on, why is it not good combination? Well, here's the thing, Mo. Like when you come, like I think you said you came to France or something like that before. When you come over here, like now there's going to be some people who's just not going to be on any of that, which it always exists everywhere. Everybody's not a piece of shit, right? But generally, like when you just moving fast in the world, like you're going to be judged unless you just either dress abnormally well or they start to hear you speak. And it's like, oh, wow, I know what that is. That's American English. And it's like, oh, that type of shit. But if you don't fit those two demographics, you will immediately be discarded into the lesser class. Immediately, without question. And they'll just deal with you until they can get rid of you, kind of thing, right? And it's really gross. It really is. It's really gross. The European racism and xenophobia is far more disgusting than North America's. Because here's the thing. North America at the core really, okay, most things foreign, most Americans, when you talk about travel, they will welcome with open arms, right? When you get along the lines of travel, right, they'll welcome with open arms. Whereas like Europe, they'll welcome it with open arms to a point. And this is why I told a friend of mine, big white dude, I know back in the US. I told him, I said, look, the reason why, because he knows the reality of Europe too. So we as soon as we start talking, we're immediately on the same page. Anybody who's ever been to Europe and lived in Europe knows what I'm talking about, right? So when we get to talking, from at least the majority of things, we're immediately on the same page. Now, other parts, I have to, prove my argument, and they prove theirs, we come to a conclusion, whatever. But in general, when I meet somebody from the U.S., either here, because I met a dude. He's actually from Pennsylvania, and I met him last week. And he has a doctorate in political science, and he was saying shit that I always say on this channel before I even said it. We met at the coffee shop down the street. He was walking his dog, and I met him while I was trying to get my shoes fixed. But another friend of mine in America, his name's John. And he's been throughout Europe, so he knows that Europe is like severely overrated. There's a few people I met off of here who's been Americans, who've been the white guys who've been to Europe, and they know, yeah, like Europe is like it's bullshit, like it's completely overrated bullshit, right? But I told John the reason why Europeans in general tend to bash North America, like whenever they get a chance to, is because they're mad because America treats Europe how Europe treats Africa, and Europe is not used to being treated like that on a whole, right? Because due to Europe's location, Europe is used to being the promised land, right? From their perspective, they're used to being the promised land. This is where you got to hide on a boat to get to and all this shit. So it rolls. So like the self-esteem here is like, oh, I'm in the European Union, and where are you from? Right? They used to that. They used to looking down on people, right? Because their immigration problem is far worse than anything America can even dream of, right? So again, due to Europe's location, Europe is used to being the big dog over here, right? But when the Americans come here, see, we're now the big dogs, because by the time we came here, we spent $1,500 for a plane ticket. While we're taking care of our bills back home, right? Then we come here, we renting cars, we driving all through Europe, we already college educated, blah blah blah. So by the time we come to Europe, we're fucking Europe bitches, right? We're eating Europe food, we're using European labor. So like we remind Europe of that position, of the position that they really in for real. Whereas like, see, but again, like, see, Europe is used to employing that shit on Africa or going over to India, because India is a hot spot for their vacations, because they love, see, this is what Americans don't know too, is that Europeans love to go to India because it's drastically cheaper for them to go over there and just live for 6 months. See, this is what Americans don't know. And this is what they don't talk about. If they do, they talk about it in their own language. So Americans will never, you will just never know these things, right? Oh, they love going to India. They love going out east and living for months off of their wage because the wage that they earned in Europe. They can go out there, in a lot of these countries, the monthly wage is $200 a month. So they can go out there, they can save up their money and live for 6 months out there, right? And Americans just don't know that. Right. So and this is a dark reality. Again, like people don't want to acknowledge the reason why Europe always tries to they always try to ride on that hype train of bashing America is because America reminds Europe of their actual position, and they don't like it. They just don't like it. You never want to see yourself. Okay. America to Europe is like 50 Cent to Lloyd Banks. Because there's a so when Lloyd Banks was in G Unit, right, there was stories going around, which makes sense. I'm not saying they were true, but it makes sense. See, Lloyd Banks was a supporting rapper in G Unit. The motherfucker was never a main. He was never a leader in G Unit, right? And so when Lloyd Banks would go back to his hood, Lloyd Banks was the man until 50 came home. Right, and 50 came there. Everybody immediately ignored Lloyd Banks because they wanted 50. Right, so 50 got it saying 50 got all mad, and Lloyd Banks was getting mad and jealous because everybody ignored him because they went to the big dog. See, America to the Europe is with NATO, with the European Union. That's what America was to Europe, right? So anything, so here's the thing, anything that America says has to go in terms of philanthropy, in terms of equality, Europe has to follow it, right? Because if they don't follow it, it's going to sound like that they're taking a Russian influence, right? And they're scared of losing that American money, that American protection on a political level. That's what they're scared of doing, Right. So when it comes to things like equality, xenophobia, all this shit, they're going to say anything that they have to say to keep Americans liking them. Because if they don't, they might lose it. Because it sounds like they're going to defect to Russia. Right. In a broader, in a looser, I could elaborate on that, but that would take other hours to go into. But that's what it's going to be about. And that's why they have to just look, anything America says, they have to follow it. Right? Because our bases are over here. Military bases are sprinkled throughout Europe to protect them against Russia. Because if it wasn't for American bases, they'd be speaking Russian right now. All Czechs would be speaking Russian right now if it wasn't for America. Right. And you see, these are the brutal realities that very few people can truly handle a conversation on. Very few people. What are your thoughts of Islam? Can Islam ruin Europe? Okay, first off, I'll say this. I will never feel like I'm educated enough on Islam to be able to speak on Islam on any valid point. Not give you my opinion of what I know about Islam, but I do not want you to take anything I say as any permanent opinion, because I'm not educated enough to speak on it in terms of holding up an argument, 6 months from now, right? Just to be clear, right? So my thoughts on Islam is, I do not think that anything is wrong with Islam. I think that it does. I think it has the potential to take over Europe. And I think it has the potential to take over Europe in a great way. And then this is going to sound like, oh, he has Islam affiliation. So I'm going to explain. Right. The reason why I think Islam, why Islam, I always get Islam and Muslim confused, but I think everybody knows what I'm trying to talk about. The reason why I think that they would have a great chance of taking over Europe is because Europe has more, and this is going to sound really stupid at first, but hear me out, is because Europe has far more access to maritime trade, has far more access to water, and has more access to the Western world in terms of developments in technology. I think that Islam would take over Europe if given the opportunity, and I think at this point I think it would be a benefit for Europe, because it's clear Europe cannot unite. It's clear. They can't unite. They haven't been able to fully unite properly in 1,500 years. I think Islam could be Europe's Christianity if it weren't for Western media pumping that Islam is like, because if it weren't for Western media influencing Europe into thinking that all of Islam was just these crazy terrorists and all this shit like that, if it wasn't for that, I think that Islam could be Europe's Christianity. And I think if it weren't for America's media, I think that there would have been a much higher chance of Christianity and the Islam community to be able to unite. Again, I'm not educated enough to speak thoroughly on it, because this is personal. I'm just admitting this. I'm not educated to speak completely thoroughly, so just take my opinion at the moment with a grain of salt. But overall speaking, the reason why Islam got all that is because it's just a hotbed for extremists, like the satanic religion, if you call it a religion, like the satanic Bible, right? To say there's not if you're to actually read, and here's the thing. So first, I want to make clear, I'm not saying that Islam or Satanists in any form. Okay, that's not what I'm trying to say in any form. Okay, what I'm trying to say is the similarities between the two, and I don't think there's particularly anything wrong with Satanists, to be honest with you. All right, but what I do think is, as a person who's actually read the Satanic Bible, I'm giving my perspective on this and how I'm relating this to Islam from what I know about Islam. Is like the Satanic Bible, it can be easy for an extremist to read something, completely misinterpret it, and become some crazy shit on the back end. Right? right? Like the Satanic Bible. If you were to actually read the Satanic Bible, there's nothing in there about coming together to rape women or kill children or anything like that. But where an extremist would get out the Satanic Bible is the Satanic Bible promotes doing what you genuinely want to do. Now, an extremist would take that and say, "Oh, well, I like to rape children, and now I'm a Satanist," and that's where that sect or whatever you want to call it comes out and grows and does all the crazy shit, right? And I think that's how I think I don't want to say ISIS because ISIS is just like it's in my opinion, ISIS is almost like saying the N-word at this point, which I don't, and that's not what I'm trying to take it at. In a political context, I think ISIS is pretty much like saying the N-word. It is immediately severely, harmfully segregates people at this point. But that philosophy and religion can be easily misinterpreted by people who are just financially struggling or severely uneducated to just because they just need food. These are people who can fall for that complete misinterpretation extremely fast. Again, due to being separated from water and separated from technological advancements, separated from education. This is a hotbed for that, and that's why you have the same issues happening in separate parts of Africa to this day. Actually, there was just a cult that got caught this year in Africa, where they would get kids together and have them burn all their identification documents and talk them into starving themselves to get closer to Jesus. Ridiculous shit. See, like these populations are susceptible to that, right? Uneducated, no access to food and decent access to water, no access to technology to become educated. These are hotbeds for that, right? So with that being said, I think that based off what I read from what Hitler said, I think Hitler he was originally onto a right path. Now it went horribly wrong. But any sense of Europe and unification in Europe would be a benefit, in my opinion. At least initially speaking, because Europe desperately needs to unify, and they can't do it. They just can't. They just don't. They don't have. There's just horrible factors that's separating Europe from being able to unify. They just can't do it. If it's not the language, then it's the money. Right now, the euro was literally introduced as this almost a red is a red herring the right word to use? It was almost introduced as a red herring to subconsciously unify Europe, and it failed terribly, and nobody talks about it in the mainstream. Because nobody wants to admit Europe fucked up, but it failed. The euro failed, in comparison to where the Dutch mark, the franc, all that shit was headed. The euro absolutely failed, and Czech Republic was thinking about joining the eurozone. Every country who joined the eurozone severely suffered after that, to the point where Germany is literally just living off of it, and nobody knows that. That's the sad part. Here's a great book to read. This is a great book to read. This book right here. That's a great book to read about it. He worked in this is a great book to read about the euro. The euro was just a horrible. It was a horrible. Well, here's the thing. It didn't work out. I won't say it was a horrible try. You got to try, but it didn't work. The euro was a failure. Let me see if I can find. But this book right here is just the euro. Joseph, he wrote a few books. He worked in finance, I think with the Cornell or something like that. But no, it failed. Because it tried to unite Europe, and it just didn't work. It grew a little bit, but at the base of where all the other currencies were growing at the time, and then after World War II, Europe just lost their hope. Europe lost their entire position in power. as being a world power after World War II, and they showed that like they're just not stable, and that's the World War II was the exact reason why North America became a world superpower, is because European money was valuable, but since Europe literally imploded on itself, it sent a signal to the rest of the world that they're not stable. And North America was stable. Why was North America stable? Because they were left alone. They don't have to compete with. They don't have many people to really compete with their currency. Now the U.S. dollar was always worth less than the euro, at least until recently. Let's see, because it's worth about the same. And this is bad. Okay, yeah. So €1 equals $1.09. This is by far the best it's ever been since I've been here. Right. When I first came here, I think a euro was like $1.50 US dollars, right? But it kept falling. It should not be this close. The euro is done. And they're trying, and here's the thing. Germany's trying to get Czech Republic to adopt a euro, and smartly, Czech Republic's refusing, which I agree. Czech Republic should refuse the euro because there's no future in it. There's no future. If anything, you'd be better off adopting the US dollar than a euro at this point, in my opinion. But yeah, it should have never been this close. When I first came here, it was definitely higher. It was definitely higher than this. Well, yeah, it's a dollar, like $1.08, round up to 9. Yeah. Now the pound is always higher. Let's do that. The pound is like notice to be higher. Yeah. So like let's say like $5 $5 US dollars equals almost 4. What is it in Czech? But British pound. British Blitska Libra is British pound. So when you go out there, the motherfuckers, yo. I remember when I was in Scotland. I don't remember. Maybe this is when I first came here. When I went to Scotland, dude, they ran me out of Scotland with their prices. That shit was my little US dollars wasn't shit. But your boy was eating McDonald's every day. McDonald's and nuts just to get some fiber. You know what I mean? Like, your boy was fucked up. I wasn't eating out no Hoya like Steve Harvey. I was eating out no Hoya. They fucked me up. But no, I say this is a good book to read. The Euro. De-dollarization is happening in the world. China, India, Russia, Brazil working on it. Yes, I don't believe in that BRICS shit. I think the BRICS is a waste of time. But that's just my personal opinion. That's not valid on any reasoning. I think BRICS is a waste of time just because of just my intuition on human nature. That link up. And then based off of where times have gone and the English language is gone and the imperialist movement in India, I don't see that happening. If anything, I see India and Brazil just money laundering the fuck out of it. Again, this is just my personal opinion, and I'm not gonna go on it now because it's 11:04 where I am here now. But I just do not see Brazil. I do not see Brazil, India. I don't see India working. Just India alone. China is just China. Right? That's just a whole nother scenario. But just India alone, I can't see India playing along with that. That's just gonna be a money laundering hotbed, in my opinion. They'll figure out a way to get that shit out of there. To get over to that West, because the only reason, in my opinion, the only reason why, Brazil is just looking for a way. But Brazil, in my opinion, Brazil has pretty much figured that North America is not going to come down there and take them over, because that's what they really want. And that's the position that Argentina's in now. Argentina is secretly hoping that America just comes down there with a good proposal to just make it another colony, pretty much. That's what they hoping on, because the Argentina economy system is fucked, right? Brazil's been there for a while, right? In my opinion, right? So that's not happening. So in reality, what I think is what's happening in BRICS is Brazil is hoping that India bridges that gap with the English. In my honest opinion, I think that's the reality of anything out of South America has anything to do with BRICS. That's the whole reason why they even gonna touch that, because they hoping India is going to be that connector, that connecting factor to get out of that, to get out. And the whole reason why India's in that shit is because the British ride, and because of their history of knowing that Russia's right there, but Russia really couldn't really come in and take them over like that. So they gotta align with Russia. They have no choice, right? In terms of any growth, they have to do it, right? Because Britain is just too far away to help them out in any real situation. So they have to align with anything Russia has to say to get, whatever the fuck they gonna get there, whatever deal they get ready to make up through Russia. They have to. India has to align with them. They have no choice, right? They have to. Whether it's China or Russia, they're going to have to align with them for one reason or another, right? So the only reason why Brazil would even think about joining that is the hope that India can in some kind of way figure out something to get out that shit back to the West, and Brazil's gonna hop on that train out to the West. Because I don't see why India would even fuck with that. It just doesn't. No, nothing about that. Nothing about that makes any long-lasting sense to me. Big Macs are $5. Damn, I didn't know that. U.S. Federal Reserve and European central banks all work together. Well, how I remember the European Central Bank is based in Germany, if I remember correctly. Now they're in correlation with the IMF and the World Bank, and the IMF and the World Bank is essentially the protector over Europe, if I remember correctly. Now I could be wrong, but if I remember correctly, that is the proper, because the U.S. Federal Reserve really is not in that category. If I remember correctly, the U.S. Federal Reserve is strictly that. It's the U.S. Federal Reserve. Now, the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank is where Europe now has some stake in, or Europe and many other countries have stake in a way to preserve other countries against extreme inflation above, I think, 2.7%. Let's just say 3%. If inflation hits any other country above 3% now, or the country just falls into some horrific downfall of like financial situation, they can come back. They can come to the International Monetary Fund or the World Bank and be like, hey, like, yo, bro, we need some money, help us out because our country's not going to make it. Now, the thing is, Argentina did that way too many times. Let's do this. Argentina is like horrible. IMF. Argentina is like wildly over. Here it is right here. So Argentina literally just like spent their entire economy just living off IMF loans. Like they never tried to really. They never really tried. Now again with Europe is in a weird position for a few reasons. One, because of the U.S. military bases that's here, right? So most U.S. military bases are going to bring in billions, like I'm talking like tens of billions a year, right? Just based off of the payment for putting it here, and then based off the employees, and they're going to spend money in the country, right? There's a lot of money in U.S. military bases, right? And Europe is benefiting. And look, everybody wants a U.S. military base in Europe. Everybody wants one. Now, with that being said, The only reason why more Eastern countries are kind of against that is because in many of them there's a Russian military base either in that country or somewhere near those countries, right? So with that being said, like those countries will almost kind of push away U.S. military bases, not because of they don't like America, but for the fact that they don't want to start a potential war, right, with their Russian America finally clashing together outside of a NATO country or European Union, NATO. I'm drawing a blank right now, but they don't want to end up starting a war in that area and risk losing all their people in the process to, just that quickly, right? Now in Western Europe, they're like these motherfuckers are they fighting over who can get a U.S. military base because that's money for them. Right. Now, on the flip side, there's no Europe. I'm pretty sure there's no European base in North America. I'm fairly certain of that. But yeah. But so when it comes to the Federal Reserve, the Federal Reserve is exactly that. Whereas from what again, I could be wrong, but the IMF and the World Bank is more of a union system where everybody like a European Union system where everybody pays into it. So real quick, let's look up the European Union. So the European Union distribution. Let's see, is this what I'm looking for? Yeah, here we are. Let's see this. Which countries are EU? Contributions, yeah. Germany is by far Germany is the powerhouse of Europe. Every other country is cute in comparison. Yeah, look at Czech Republic. They always. Now read this shit, right? This is 2021, but read this shit. See, this is why I think Europe is a fucking joke. Like the situations like this is why I think it's funny, right? Net contributions to the EU budget by member state, right? Germany is the powerhouse of Europe. Without Germany, Europe and Germany really ain't shit in compare when you talk about the ability to protect. Germany can't do shit. Germany is essentially Ohio, right? When it comes to actually protecting anything, and they can rack in some money, but they can't protect shit. So when you look at but here's the funny part about Europe, right? So when you look at the contributors, okay, this is the net contributors. So, and this is what I say. See, like right here, Czech Republic literally receives I think it's what was it like just for being in the European Union, they get paid every year for that. And this is what I try to tell my girl, yeah, you're in the European Union, you're paying money to it, but you're getting more money than you're putting into it. And it's hard for them to really understand this. And this is what I find intricate thinking is a difficult thing out here. It's definitely not a common. And this is what I find about the difference between Americans and Europeans. Like Americans tend to have far better forms of intricate thought. Like, you look at in Poland, it's just well, Poland. Okay. So, to be fair, in this time period, if I'm not mistaken, in 2021, Poland received a lot more money. If I'm not mistaken, Poland received a lot more money because in that time period, there was something that happened at the border where their immigration just quit or something like that. So there was an influx of Hungarians and shit, and it made world news to where there was so many Hungarians who just paid 3,000 euros to get into the European Union countries because they were promised by some moving guy that they would get in because the borders were closed. The workers just they couldn't pay the workers or something like that. So Poland received a lot more money in that time period. So that's why Poland is so severely low. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that's why. Because I remember I was driving down the street and I remember seeing just a bunch of fucking weird looking foreigners with signs on the street. You never see that shit in Europe. We're in Prague, by the way. And they were just holding up signs, begging for money, and almost protest. And it was 9:00 at night, dude. You never see that shit in Prague. And they were just standing on a random street corner, just with signs up. I didn't know what was going on. But they were coming in through Poland. If I remember correctly, I might be wrong, but that definitely was a thing because I remember that. But what you got to remember is like, yeah, most of these countries are not paying and they're not paying anywhere near a decent amount to this European Union, right? And this backs up my personal theory of the European Union literally just being a payoff to keep the poor foreigners out. And I still hold that opinion. I think the European Union is if it didn't start out like that, but what it turned into was paying off to keep the poor foreigners out. Because if they didn't keep the poor foreigners out, guess where where do you think all these people in the red would go? You think they're gonna stay in their country, or they're gonna try to or they're gonna try to trickle into some of these blue countries, right? Like, okay, if Germany has enough to spend this much money on, was it 25 billion? Now, I'm fucking drunk now, but this is a lot more money than the poor people, right? In millions. If this is in millions, so this is 25 billion, right? If Germany has enough to just flush 25 billion down the toilet every year, where do you think all these motherfuckers are going to try to get to? Right? They going to try to get to Germany because that's where the money at. They going to try to get some of that 25 billion for themselves and, raise their kids and shit like that, right? So why does Germany pay this money? To keep these stupid motherfuckers drunk on beer, high on cigarettes and weed, and keep them dumb as fuck so they don't come in there and try to get that 25 billion. It's a payoff. That's my opinion. Now, people don't agree with me, and I understand, but that's my perspective on it. These are payoffs. Now on the flip side, you have the other side of it, right? So you have France and Germany and the Netherlands. France, Germany, Netherlands, Italy. These countries are primarily the guilty countries in Europe's history, right? Germany because World War II. France because of what they did to Africa. Netherlands is because they were the first ones who actually started the slave trade. Started a massive. Actually, let's look that up. Started a massive slave trade. Let's do this. Yeah, they actually started. They were actually, here it is right here. The Dutch actually started that whole concept of mass slave trading, right? Right. So coincidentally, why is it these countries that are giving the most money back? See again, like I say all the time, read between the fucking lines. Why is it coincidentally these countries? Okay, let's look up. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So why is it coincidentally? So this is, yeah. What website is this? This is Twitter. So let's not believe that. Because I'm not Goob U2. I take actual legitimate realities. If you want bullshit, go watch Goob U2. Yeah, this is yeah. So let's do ResearchGate. ResearchGate is legitimate. Yeah. So why is it coincidentally that these top 3 to 4 countries are giving the most back into Europe? Read between the lines, because they're trying to get you to forget about that. They're trying to get you to hope that you never know what I just showed you. Oh, they're just giving countries. Well, how did they get that money in order to give? Where did they get this money from? Zero-sum theory, fam. It's zero-sum theory. Where did they get all this money to just give back? It's a low chance they just happen to have it. See, where did all this shit come from? Coincidentally, yeah. Yeah, see, coincidentally, Germany is giving all this back. France is giving it. The Netherlands, yeah. Where do you think all this shit came from? They just happen to do it out of the goodness of their fucking heart. No, that's not how life works. right? I'm gonna say some personal information, right? I had an aunt, right? Another great example. I had an aunt. A great example. I had an aunt. She died. She had breast cancer. She died, right? She was the biggest Christian ever, right? And this is sad. This is a sad reality. I try to tell my dad about this. I don't think he believes me, but I dealt with military benefits, so I know. So my aunt, and this is a horrible, horrible thing that she did, and I know because she knows that there's a low chance anybody in the family would have ever known about this, but I know because I got military benefits. I know what she had to have done to get this. This was the aunt I always talk about who had a paid off house, paid off car, had an education, all that. Well, how do you think she got it? She went to the VA and took all the family benefits. That was in those years you can pass. Well, no, it was much easier to get. If your parent went to the military, it was much easier for you to get it. She went in there and took all of their father's military benefits and didn't tell any other family. Didn't tell them because she figured they would never. I know she figured they would never find out until I went in there and did that. Well, she's dead now, right? So if I go back and try to tell them, it's almost met with like, I can't believe it. It must not be true. No, it's true. That's what she did. Coincidentally, she was the only one out of you who has a paid off car, who had a paid off house, who had paid off education. You don't see that correlation? And now all of a sudden she's Jesus, she's doubled down on Jesus and all this. Yeah, that's what the guilty tend to do. That's what the guilty tend to do. They double down on Jesus. They double down on anybody who will forgive them. Yes. Where do you think she got the money from for education, house, and car? She stole it from you. Yes. That's where it comes from. Yes. See, whenever motherfuckers just abnormally reach these crazy heights, right? If they don't have a hell of a story to tell you, it's because they stole it. It's because they stole it. And they hope you're never going to find out about it. Germany, France, Netherlands, yes. They hope you're never going to find out about it. That area, or they lived off of it. If they don't have a hell of a story to come back and tell you, they stole it. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here, man. It's the end of the night. It's 11:30. But yeah, see, don't you think any of the none of this. This is what I'm getting at. Why does none of this look suspicious? I mean, if you were playing a real-time strategy video game, you would look at that shit and immediately be able to figure out what the fuck must have happened. Somebody's cheated, right? If you were to look at this statistic, you would be like, somebody's cheated, because this ain't right, right? But when you look at this, see, this is what I'm talking about. See, when it's white people get that immediate empathy. It's immediate empathy. Oh, well, something. But if this had been a real-time strategy, you'd immediately look at that and be like, somebody cheated. This ain't right. Because this is too lopsided, bro. This is too lopsided. Something ain't right. Somebody got fucked over, raped, whatever, right? But no. Well, yeah, somebody got fucked over. Who do you think won? And coincidentally, who owns the euro? Let's look that up. Who now out of this list? Let's look this up. Who owns the euro? Okay. Well, okay, yeah. Technically speaking, yeah, they all united to make it. But okay, what I meant to. Okay, is the euro? It's in, well, okay, yeah, it's in Belgium. Fuck, what am I looking at? That's not, yeah, because it's in Belgium. That's not what I'm looking for. I forget the actual building. Euro. I can't remember. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Because it's in Germany, and I can't think of the fucking name right now. Fuck, I can't think of the name. Because it's in Germany, and I can't think of the name. I can't think of the name of what I'm looking for. Yeah, because Brussels, yeah. Yeah, I can't think of the name right now. Because, yeah, that's in Brussels. I can't think of the name of it right now. I'm drawing a fucking blank of what I'm actually looking for. But you don't see, like, but again. You can't just look at this and say, like, yeah, something ain't right. This ain't right, bro. Like, no, like, come on. Again, I'm not saying to be mad about it, but just look at it. It's right there. It's right there. Like, you like, it's right. Like, these motherfuckers got 25 billion to just forget about every year. The next closest is 12 billion, and that's because they've been raping Africa forever. The Netherlands, because they was, I forget who the Netherlands, yeah, they were raping these people forever, and they just apologized for it. Because they literally just apologized. They apologized throughout COVID. And this is another thing I posted on my Patreon, which got me shut down. Because they just apologized for it. Right? And they coincidentally posted it. Originally, it was posted during COVID while nobody would pay attention to it. And I caught it and posted on my Patreon. When I had Patreon, and that was another, because I posted Ukraine bitches twerking, and I posted this shit, and my shit was shut down. Where do you think this money came from? Where do you think all that shit came? Where do you think it came from? Thomas Bass says, Thomas Sal said, oh, great, I see a demographic of people I can talk to make them feel better about themselves, and they have to pay me. And I'm a career out of this. Yeah. Yeah. That's Thomas Sal's job, is to come in and say, yeah, it wasn't your fault. It's not your fault. It's everybody else's fault. They did it to themselves. But you, if you have a problem, then it must have not been your fault at all. That's Thomas Sal's perspective. And he gets his rent paid off of it. That guilt. Now, Ireland did some gangster shit. I will side with Ireland. Ireland did some gangster shit. And they're right at the breaking point of contributions. But they did do some cool shit. Yeah. Finland is weird because I think they just became was it 1995 they became a country, and they was trying to get in because that Finland is in a weird position. They really are. Finland is a different type of Czech Republic. They're just in a weird position. And I could touch on that at another time. But yeah, as far as technology, awareness, language, location, Finland is just in a super weird position. But yeah, see, this is the part that white Americans don't really know about. And it stays quiet. That's the part that they don't really know about. How these countries are literally living off of welfare. See, they know welfare and tourism. See, they don't know about this part. This is held quiet amongst the white Americans, or they're just ignorant. They just don't know. They don't know. And a lot of Europeans don't know, to be honest about it, but they don't know too. But yeah, because one thing I always tell my girls, like, yeah, like Czech Republic, because here's the thing. The weird part is like, see, like. So here's the thing, like Czechs like to look down, like any population. They Czechs like to look down on people who live off the system. And I tell her, like, no, like literally Czechs are literally the equivalent of gypsies to Western Europe. Like you're living off welfare and tourism. Like that's what you live off of. Like anything else you make is essentially negligible, for the most part, unless you're going to sell it to a Westerner person. Like it just is what it is. And when I say these things, I'm not saying them from any place of hate. Like another thing I always tell her about is how checks usually smell and they're dirty. Right? They're dirty. And when you pull up water statistics on it, Czech Republic uses some of the they're on the lower end of usage of water. Let's do Czech Republic's on the lower end of this shit. Oh, not this. Is what I'm looking for. That's drinking water. I'm looking for just like a picture, just to sum it up real fast. Because Czech Republic's at the bottom. Yeah, here it is, right here. You see it? So this is household water consumption, liters per person per day. Czech Republic is fourth from the bottom. So what does that tell you? They're not clean, right? Because you need water to clean. What else are you using water for? Right? Household water consumption. Here it is. Household water consumption. Liters. Oh, wait, you can't see that. Liters per person per day. Switzerland's high. Italy, Portugal, France, Greece, Croatia, Sweden. You go down, and where's Czech Republic? See it? It's some of the dirtiest motherfuckers in Europe, right? But see, like again, many Czechs don't know this, right? So they don't know like how bad they are and all. So like they don't know how bad they are. They're essentially like Uncle Ruckus of Europe. Like Uncle Ruckus is a dirty, uneducated fool, right? But he doesn't see that because he sees himself as getting ready to be accepted by the white man, right? That's what Czech Republic is to Western Europe. Like you got like they're dirty. Like they don't bathe. Like it's right here. They don't bathe or clean, right? Because this is household water consumption, right? You're dirty. You're dirty as you're fucking dirty. I mean, like, this is water price. I don't really care about that. Sanitation network meters. I don't know what this is. Sanitation network. I don't really know what this specifically aligns to, but Czech Republic's pretty low in this too. You can see it. It's back. It's down. It's at the lower end there. So it's like, see, it's these different areas. Like you don't when I say these things, I'm not saying them out of hatred. I'm saying them out of collecting actual data, not from Wikipedia. Right. From legitimate sources. Right. So let's do we didn't even make this list. Let me see. Let's do this. They didn't even make this list. Oh, this is old. This is in the 90s. Okay, yeah. So they were still in fucking communism, so they wouldn't be on this list. This is in 98, 99. Yeah. So they were still in communism. Czech Republic was still in communism, so they're not going to be on that list at all. Oh no! They were communism in '89. I think I got that fucked up. But let's see. But yeah, I can't find any in depth. I'm getting off there anyway. I'm getting tired. But yeah, so when I say these things, I'm not saying them out of pure hatred or like some weird, anger or anything like that. I'm saying it from legitimate data that I've probably stumbled on months or years ago type of thing, right? Oh, they didn't. Okay, I didn't know that. They didn't acknowledge the Armenian genocide. I didn't even know that. Javi, thanks for telling me because I didn't know. I wasn't aware of that. I always knew it was a thing. Well, the only reason why I knew the Armenian genocide is because a friend of mine was in the movie making, and he was doing a movie for this guy in Ohio, and the guy was married to this real young Armenian girl, and that's where I knew. That's how I know this instrument. Was it the Duke? Yeah, because they gave me one of them. Yeah, this because they gave me one of them for free, because he got it while he was in Armenia. The Duke. Because I was trying to learn how to play it and I couldn't learn how to play it. So that's when I got into reading about Armenia. Is it Armenian or Turkish? I don't know. It's Armenian. Okay, it's actually an Armenian instrument. I didn't know that. But that's the only reason why I know about Armenia is because a friend of mine, he was in the movie making, and he, like I said, he was doing a movie for this guy who had married. He had gotten divorced from his wife, and he had married some like 20-year-old Armenian girl. She was a cute girl too. She's a real cute girl. She's one of them Instagram type bitches. And he had married her, and me and a girl got cool, right? And he gave me he had like 3 Dukes, and he gave me one of them. And we would all just kind of sit around and talk, and she would tell me about her home country, about how like, you know, like a 10-year-old laptop of her in Armenia would be like some hot shit, like where she came from. So that's how I got my start on even knowing about Armenia. I had no idea what Armenia, because if I'm not mistaken, as I got to reading about it, that's how I know. I think Kim Kardashian is part Armenian. I think. I'm pretty sure she's Armenian. Yeah, something, because I got to reading about our Armenia, and I stumbled onto that. But yeah, that's how I got on the Armenian genocide, on how like when they were getting ready to get caught. I still remember the pictures in my head, just like with Emmett Till. I still have the pictures in my head of they had pictures, some kind of pictures, where they would just be like when they were getting ready to get caught, they would have to march the bodies like all the way to like a big ass river or something. And along the way, like when people would just like pass out from exhaustion from their concentration camps, they would just like kill them, and they would have another slave like go bury them type of shit, or shoot them in the head. And then like, and as they made it to the river, like they just lined all the slaves up and just like shot them, and they all just fell in the fucking river, dude. Like, it was fucked up. But yeah, so yeah, but yeah, no, that is, yeah. I got our Armenian genocide. I studied about that. What was that? 2009, 12, 14. It had to be around 2015. I looked into it around 2015 to 2016. That was after I finished my biotech degree, because I met John. It was John. I met John when I went to go get my bachelor's, and that was after I finished my biotech degree. And I came back from the military. So that was around 2000. It had to be between 2013 and 2016 when I met her. I can't remember her name, but we were friends on Facebook years ago. If I can like luckily find her out, like, well, I'm not gonna put her name up on the internet, but yeah. Do you think that because the way humans are wired, any race and position of white people would it? Yeah, no, Thomas, exactly. No, I do 1,000%. Yeah, I think anybody who would have been in that position would have done the same thing. Yeah, that's why I said don't hate white people, don't hate any majority in your area. It's just a human. It's a human action. So if anybody else would have been in that position, like you would have had, if not the exact same, you would have had similar shit that would have happened. Right. So it is, again, I don't want anybody to hate any group of people or anything like that. Is it funny? Yes, if it happens, like, you know, because of the poetic justice that happens, you know, and egos that get involved. But no, I think any race in that position would have done the same, if not the exact same thing. Would have been something similar. Wherever you go, it's going to be that. If you're the outsider, you know, you're going to be considered lesser than, you know, what the majority is already doing. Like, that's just the reality of it. So no, Thomas, I totally think that. Yeah, anybody would have done the same thing. Yes. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, anybody would have done the same thing, especially in America, how everything ended up playing out. Yeah, it would, if it had been anybody else, it would have been anybody. If you had to flip any other race in there, it generally would have been the same thing. Yes, I totally think that. But I'm gonna get out of here, man, 'cause it's getting late. And I didn't make it to the video, man, because I talked too much. So I'll do it tomorrow, man. Sorry about that. I'll catch y'all later, man. Y'all have a good day, evening, night. I'll catch y'all later, man. Peace out.